Now? Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for coming, and for all of those joining us online, thank you for being with us here in Venice. The countdown begins on the last week of the Biennale. This has been an amazing adventure, and I wanted to thank everybody involved for all of your support, faith, and perseverance throughout this whole process. Today and tomorrow will be one of the meetings on architecture, which have been these platforms that we have created in order to reach out to the rest of the world and to expand on some of the themes that run across the Biennale. And the theme for this week and weekend, in a way, has been the theme of sustainability. I will develop my remarks a little bit more around that in a bit. But I do want to celebrate a few things with you. This week has been an amazing convergence, a kind of beautiful coincidences of people and events and ideas coming together in Venice. But perhaps one of the more sentimental and personal convergences has been the fact that today, for the first time and for a brief time, we are here together in Venice with the two assistant curators, Roy Salguero and Gabriel Kozlowski. The Biennale schedule and the COVID have been such that we have never been able to be here together. Gabriel and Roy, for the participants who know them, have been the stalwart believers and also kind of continuity and energy and momentum and drive and inspiration behind the Biennale, and they have been helping me throughout this whole process. Without them, we would not be here. And without them, this exhibition would have taken a very different tone. And it's to their optimism that I wanted to dedicate this moment and to ask them, please, to come up on stage and for the first time, take a picture together. Another amazing convergence has happened yesterday. While we were here in this room celebrating together the Wholesome Foundation Awards, in Glasgow, the world leaders were coming together to sign an agreement on climate change. Made the move, small move maybe in some eyes, but an important one towards reducing carbon emissions. In a way, yesterday, for one of the few moments in our recent history, the social contract and the spatial contract were in sync. If anything, it has been one of the driving motivations behind this Biennale to show that because the social contract has been falling behind, our politicians and leaders have not been helping us imagine better worlds. We have taken it upon ourselves as architects to be able to lead, to inspire, to show what if things can be otherwise, and to use the social contract, which we've crafted and enabled through the spaces that we design, to help inspire possible social contracts. And yesterday's celebration of the Wholesome Awards was a true demonstration of, first, the leadership of our profession and our industry, in a way, in shaping these alternative futures, but more importantly, the need for a coordination between the two. Let's face it, we cannot do it alone. And until the political forces align behind us, I hope, we will not be able to craft these better futures. And while it has been a motivation for this Biennale to actually show the way, put architecture up front and say we can inspire, from the get-go, we have been coordinating very closely with political leadership of the world in order to see how we can coordinate together. From the get-go, I've been talking to the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, about how we can collaborate together. In October, we celebrated the Future Assembly, which is an installation that you might have seen in the Giardini, where 6 co-curators came together to help imagine, with the help of the United Nations, what a future assembly would be that would include non-human participants. And that exhibition is a demonstration of what the future assembly could look like. And Amina Mohammed has been behind this. She has been really a stalwart supporter of the Sustainability Development Goals and has been helping us and inspiring us in many ways. So when the panelists of the first panel this afternoon, Peder Ankel and Mitch Joaquin, suggested that we include her in our panel today, we thought what a great idea to bring her back, a kind of full circle, so that we acknowledge both the importance, the inevitable role that the United Nations will have to play in order to lead us out of this crisis, but importantly, the role that Amina Mohammed herself has played in supporting us throughout this process. So before I introduce Peder and Mitch, I would like to introduce Amina, who has been very generous to send us a short video that we will play right now. Amina Mohammed is the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and the Chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group. Prior to her appointment, Ms. Mohammed served as Minister of Environment of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where she steered the country's efforts on climate action and efforts to protect the national environment. Ms. Mohammed first joined the United Nations in 2012 as Special Advisor to former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, with the responsibility for post-2015 development planning. She then led the process that resulted in the global agreement around the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the creation of the Sustainable Development Goals. It was very heartening to see many of the Wholesome group wearing the Sustainable Development Goals pin. Ms. Mohammed began her career working on the design of schools and clinics in Nigeria. She served as an advocate focused on increasing access to education and other social services before moving into the public sector, where she rose to the position of advisor to 4 successive presidents on poverty, public sector reform, and sustainable development. Ms. Mohammed has been conferred several honorary doctorates and has served as an adjunct professor lecturing on international development. The recipient of various global awards, Ms. Mohammed has served on numerous international advisory boards and panels. She is the mother of 6 children and has 2 grandchildren, awaiting a third, which is why she couldn't be with us here today. Please, let's roll the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, in a world physically pushed apart by COVID-19, the question posed by this Venice Biennale Architecture exhibition, how will we live together, has deep resonance and relevance. I began my own career in an architect's office and have often reflected on how architecture both mirrors and shapes the social systems and cultural values of its time. Today, confronting a cascade of crises, from poverty and inequalities, conflicts and climate change, to mistrust and division, we must change course. The pandemic must be an inflection point for bold transformation in the ways we live, consume, and to interact with each other and the world around us. To come together, we need stronger international cooperation. We need to renew the social contract, and we need a new spatial contract. We need architecture to imagine new spaces and join in our collective effort to build a more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient world. Designing affordable, green, and livable settlements, embracing sustainability, facilitating the circular economy, prioritizing inclusion of the poorest and most vulnerable in society, providing affordable shelter in the rapidly growing cities of the developing world, devising climate-resilient buildings and rejuvenating aging urban areas. We have the blueprints. The 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals sets out targets for inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities and human settlements. The new urban agenda outlines how we can harness the power of sustainable urbanization as a force for social cohesion, better health, environmental sustainability, and economic transformation. And with the local 2030 coalition, we can accelerate action on the ground. We need to act across geographies and levels, from the global arena to the local spaces we live in, shaped by the architecture that surrounds us. By bringing together artists, architects, academics, and engineers from every corner of the world to reflect on our common humanity and imagine our shared future, the Biennale makes a unique contribution to this vital effort. I look forward to learning what this Biennale will yield, and I wish you every success. Thank you.
would like to invite Peder Anker and Mitchell Joachim to share the stage with me. In my younger and more vulnerable years, I was at Harvard teaching a class called Green Modern. I discovered that across the campus was a young historian of science called Peder Anker teaching a course on history of ecology. And in the classroom was a very active, engaged, and humiliatingly smart student called Mitchell Joachim. And in the course of that discussion and exchange of ideas and co-teaching with Peder and participations of Mitch, a kind of complicity grew among us, which I think was very inspirational for me in shaping many of the ideas, and we've kept in touch. And I thought that this occasion here today would be a very important one for us to converge again, but here in Venice instead of in that conference room at Harvard, in order for us to continue our discussion. It feels like all friendships are a continuation of a long discussion. Let me introduce to you Peder and Mitch. Peder Anker is a historian of environmental science, specializing in the history of ecology and ecological architecture and design. Peder is currently associate professor at the Gallatin School of Individualized Study at the New York University. He has received several research fellowships, including a Fulbright program and the Max Planck Institute fellowship. And he is the author of many seminal books on ecology and architecture, including From Bauhaus to Eco House, A History of Ecological Design, which explores the intersection of architecture and ecological science. Another book, Imperial Ecology, Environmental Order in the British Empire, which investigates how the promising new science of ecology flourished in the British Empire. And his upcoming book, The Power of Periphery, has been released in 2020, and it is an interdisciplinary piece that explores the history of environmental sciences in Norway from the publishing of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring until the Rio Conference in '92. Mitchell Joachim is the co-founder of Terform One and an associate professor of practice at NYU. He has been awarded a Fulbright scholarship and fellowships with TED, among others, and he was chosen by Wired magazine for the Smart List and selected, that's my favorite one, by Rolling Stone for the 100 people who are changing America. Mitch won many honors, including the Lafarge Wholesome Acknowledgement Award, among others. And he, along with Peder, have written together many books and articles, including Design with Life, Biotech Architecture and Resilient Cities. He's written XXL-XS, New Directions in Ecological Design. And his work has been exhibited in many venues, including the Museum of Modern Art and the Venice Biennale. What is remarkable about Peder and Mitch is that as historian and architect, they have come together and have created truly a platform of change, a very energetic platform of change and thinking about the future of the planet at NYU and in their individual work and practice. I turn to you.
Wow. Thank you, Hashim Sarkis. It's an honor being on stage with you and a pleasure, and really a very, very generous introduction. You make me feel so smart. If you can pass me the clicker, which is next to you. Yeah. That's it. Thank you. All right. So let's see if we are, yes. So I first going to comment on the COP conference and then on this exhibition. So, is this moving? Oops. It's upside down. Upside down? This way? Oops, here we are. So we are very happy with the results of the COP26, or we're unhappy. I was so lucky to get Greta Thunberg's, the Swedish activist's, notes. She sent it over to me to share with you. Here they are. As you can see, this has been the reaction of many of the environmental activists. I am uneasy about that reaction. We have to remember that the COP conference is part of a long series. This is number 26. And that the political process of diplomacy and politics has to be respected and encouraged more than sort of mocked. it actually fits into a longer debate about environmentalism within the framework of United Nations, which have changed the world, I believe, to the better way, and will do so slowly. The analogy we may use is that of a big ship. If you want to change the course of a big ship, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of engine, so to speak. And I use that analogy because you can think about the Earth as a spaceship, and thus changing its course is going to take a lot of effort and a lot of good diplomacy, and we need to applaud the politicians and not mock them. All right. I've been cheating a bit. I wrote a review of this Biennale, and I wanted to share my reviews. I'm going to read it. I've only read the book, and I've seen part of the exhibition, so I'm going to modify it as we get along. But that's my idea. All right, so let's recall the horrors of the World War I. Europe shattered, countries fell apart, entire cities and towns blown up, homes smashed to pieces, hearts broken, and millions of dead. Germany in particular was crushed, resulting politically unstable Weimar Republic that tried to save the country's economy from hyperinflation and people from starvation. As a reaction to all this hills, the Bauhaus School was set up. It was a school seeking to reimagine design for a novel human being, for a new and better world, that is a new and better Germany and the world after World War I. And although there may be reasons for us to question the modernist failings that emerge from this school's faculty and students, we can still admire their aspiration. Designers and architects today face a very similar situation. With climate change, the planet's sixth mass extinction, an immense loss of natural habitat, a colossal amount of pollution, social upheavals, and unending conflicts. That is, the world we're living today is in a similar kind of dense crisis as Europe was after World War I. And as a result, architects have, just like the Bauhauslers, gone to work trying to imagine a better world and also how to achieve that better dream. This architectural biennale is at the core of this ongoing effort. And I've been awed, amused, bewildered, appalled, and all burst out laughing at the project architects and designers that presented at this biennale. Yet I never stopped in walking through it and looking through the catalog, being impressed by the various ways they have tried to address the environmental concerns of our time. The biennale has a flair of otherworldly craziness and imaginative drive that easily matches the artistic upheaval of the Bauhauslers. Many of the projects inquires into the basic foundations of art and design, and in them the participants have sought to find paths out of our environmental mess. These are bewildering, ambiguous paths, however, and intentionally so. Instead of offering silver bullets and one-size-fits-all solutions, the projects I've seen in the Biennale tease and tickle the viewers, thereby forcing us to see the future of our world differently. The works of how we will live together exist in the creative space, in a moody realm of possibilities, is in the sphere of design in which solutions, or lack thereof, have yet to settle. That should be a familiar feeling for all creative people, whose daily life may include exploring a way out of a problem without being able to nail down an exact answer. The Biennale belongs in that territory of ambiguity and curiosity, a place where there's room for musings, laughter, and despair. The projects convey in different ways a hope for a better future, but also a sense of not knowing if that future is at all possible. They are situated in the creative space somewhere between optimism and pessimism. So one does not have to look far outside the Biennale to find people who propagate solutions to our environmental crisis, such as building better electric cars, figuring out sustainable construction techniques, or also non-polluting ways of assembling things. These innovations are more often than not associated with private companies and also with know-how of engineering, sort of the Tesla factor, right? The optimism entailed is, at some level, comforting and encouraging. On the pessimistic side, there are also those who, confronted with our environmental problems, have given up and drifted into midnight-like rituals of dark ecologies, signaling the end of the world. That pessimism is also fascinating, though all things dark tend to hamper our ability to see what's in front of you. And then there are those who occupy the ambiguous territories of both optimism and pessimism, and without landing on any humdrum realism. And that is where I find the most eminent artists, designers, and architects of this Biennale, whether their work reflects the sort of ecological or social state of our planet. Now, in the good old days, nature was innocent, a site where the architects will design and help and construct a home. The triumphant, often male builder, will typically begin by sticking this first spade in the virgin ground. Some of you may have been witnessing these type of things, without reflecting on the sexualized language of doing so. The narrative of the untouched nature being altered by the designer still prevails the conservative-leaning architectural debates of today, even though this intact nature is long gone. Walk into any natural place and you'll find human agency. Or pollution and markings are everywhere. In my home country, Norway, for example, scientists have found microplastic in faraway mountain trouts. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch or marine pollution debris is another more dramatic example, not to mention airborne pollution measured in winds in the remote Antarctic. And then there are greenhouse gases that causes climate change, which are now at the forefront of the public debate. Geologists have labeled the period we live in as the Anthropocene, for us having a dominant influence in the environment and the climate. Indeed, humans are changing the face of the Earth so dramatically that they coined a word to describe a new planetary epoch formed by humans. In this Anthropocene event, architects have begun reflecting on how to engage in debates about climate and the degradation of our shared environment. Contemporary landscape architects tend to mirror a world in which everything is touched by human hands. The same is true concerning the material from which buildings emerge. So how to design with such a post-natural environment? How to move ahead? The ambiguous post-nature raises the difficult question, how will we live together now? Recycling and upcycling materials seems to be the first line of response to the problem. And that's a good one, please do. Yet these efforts may only scratch the surface of a deeper issue related to post-natural materials. To take an example, a fresh plank of wood purchased to build a home may contain absorbed pollution by a tree from which where it's growing. That may be not harmful to the new home, but who knows? Then there's the issue of understanding where the plank of wood came from before it arrived at the construction site, and where it will end when the house is no more. An investigation into the trail of damage may start at what a loss of a tree meant to a forest. The next step will be to figure out how much polluting energy it took to transport it to the construction site, and who is benefiting along the way. At the other end of the trail of misery, so to speak, one may ask what will happen to the plank of wood when the time has come for demolition. It's now filled with needles, thus adding to the post-natural condition of the earth when it turns to ash or compost. The example of the plank of wood may illustrate that the post-natural is all too real. The word post-natural sounds so philosophical, right? Some sort of French philosophy, but it's not. It's very real. The same lines of tracing could be done to all other building materials and entire landscapes. Our nature is now truly ambiguous. There is some illuminating historical example of such ambiguous territories. So I'm a historian, I kind of like this. Back in the medieval times, nature could take different meanings. Animals could at the same time be living members of a community, a resource for consumption, and a spiritual message from God. In old bestiaries, one can read about a rooster being meat and a message of God about getting up in the morning. And then there were reports about encounters with dragons and unicorns, the animal forms into which the devil and Jesus will emerge disguised. That spiritual world is now gone, while a new mixture has emerged. Today, animals may contain garbage as living witnesses to our environmental state, while others live as scientifically half-bred technologies, signaling both hope and fears for the future. The same is true with respect to insects, fish, plants, minerals, entire landscapes. These are ambiguous territories of both jaw-dropping beauty and frightening ugliness. Nature has become both natural and artificial at the same time. Such ambiguous territories requires an interdisciplinary approach to comprehend the interwoven web of the post-natural. Interdisciplinary is nothing new for architects, though. designers who have for centuries been working in close collaboration with engineers, lawyers, calculators, financial accountants, and so on. So architects listening in, you will know that working with lots of other fields is kind of what you do. This territory of disciplines, however, has been shaped in combining effort to extract and exploit nature as a resource. So we need a new, more ambiguous territory of knowledge. We can also include ways of understanding that do not aim at exploitation. That could include fields ranging from literature to biology, ecology, indigenous knowledge, and the social and anthropological sciences. The aim of such knowledge production will be to raise a new form of consciousness in the ways we should think about or not think about post-natural world. Environmental artists, the designers, and architects aim at comprehending forms of living respectfully within the new Anthropocene condition. That's kind of summarized in many ways what I saw in the exhibition. So this is a new trend and historical shift. It's important that people notice this. The word architecture is worth recalling, comes from ancient Greek, in which architekton meant chief creator. The long history of architecture has more often than not been about the chief creator. And as a consequence, architectural bookstores are filled with volume after volume with famous names in the title. It's called the fountainhead syndrome. The field has suffered from this chief creator complex, with thousands of architectural minions and interns working for negligible earnings in offices of famous star architects. There's a long trail of human misery caused by the monomania of these star architects, which is associated with social and environmental violence. Thankfully, the profession is changing rapidly towards a culture of inclusion, cooperation, and care for the planet and each other. And to prove my point, just go down to the bookstore associated with this Biennale, and you will see that most of the books there does not have a famous architect name on the front. That doesn't kind of ring anymore. All right. So, interestingly, all of the work of designers, artists, and architects whose work I enjoyed seeing in the Biennale, I did not see anyone whose work is motivated by money. Instead, there have been something more important in common. They love what they do. That passion is drawn into every minute detail of every page of the Biennale catalog and the things I've seen. There's an undertone of caring for our world in all the projects, and a call for more compassion and caring of our social and environmental condition. It is thus a paradox that the name of our profession, the chief creator, does not capture the field's changing aspiration and culture. Hence, I wonder how we can articulate this shift. So perhaps the profession needs a new name. How about replacing architecture with archi-agape by combining chief with love? To be a chief lover is, of course, more desirable than being a chief creator, right? A chief lover is what every office in the profession urgently needs. And a chief lover is also what its many schools should wish to educate. Being an archi-agape instead of an architect would reflect well the love and care for both nature and society expressed by the many contributors to this Biennale. Indeed, being a chief lover is what everyone trying to build for the betterment of society and environment should aspire to be. So let's say farewell to architecture and instead give a warm welcome to archi-agape. In the word of Kanye West, who apparently is listening in, he says, I'm quoting him, "Dear future, I still believe in you. We still believe in you." I think I have it here. Yeah. We still believe in you. Even in our darkest moments, we believe. That's where we are now, isn't it? The darkest moment. Let's lead with love. Our future is waiting on us. Unquote. Thank you.
Okay, Chief Lover. I'm for that. Yep. So, thank you, Hashim, for the invite, and to the folks at the UN and Amina J. Mohammed for being a participant. We wanted this panel to have some significance when it comes to redefining terms about sustainability here in the field. And we've had many arguments or polemics about this. Chief Lover might be one of the answers. If I could get some of the slides. We have been rethinking what it means to be a practicing architect for some time in Brooklyn, New York. Oh, do I need the clicker? Sorry. Here with our group, Terraform One, who, is a 501c3 nonprofit that thinks about the near future of sustainability in urban environments. And that happens at all scales. And we're also not really architects, not because of the legal term, but because we're more interested in the provocations, the theories, the kind of way of pushing the envelope about what this profession means and what that kind of represents, especially to be inclusive to those that don't necessarily have voices. And Design with Life is our most recent publication, represents about 15 years of work that our team has been producing, always works with some kind of an organism that is, as our client, is not necessarily human. So we are certainly the opposite of anthropocentric. And we fall in love with these organisms, whether they're butterflies or mushrooms or E. coli, and push the agenda of how they could work together with humans to make our environment a little bit better. And I think that that's a form of being a chief lover, I guess. I never thought of it like that, but it certainly is. And there's a reason why we're doing this. This is an image from the New York Times 2018 in an article that details something known as the Great Dying. And this was during the premium Jurassic period, which was the largest extinction event known in all of history. This is around 250 million years ago, and we lost 96% of all life in the oceans and most terrestrial life completely. This is not the Jurassic period that was taken out by an asteroid. I guess the dinosaurs didn't have a choice. This was a period where, for various reasons due to volcanoes, life itself in less than a few hundred years watched the temperatures slowly change and everything in their ecosystems crashed. We are on board right now to do the exact same thing. I mean, that's exactly what we're doing, not only as architects, but as planners, as developers, as folks in real estate. Somehow we're all complicit. And that's not a good thing. We need to stop making excuses. The United Nations is now leading a campaign which is exactly that. It's the threat of excuses and sort of compromise. That's the issue. And we're all a part of it. I am as well. I'm not a climate virgin. I mean, everyone has done some kind of bad to this environment. It's got to stop. Perhaps the way we operate as architects is the reason. Here is one of the white rhinos, the last remaining one on this planet. My kids will never see white rhinos. The last of its kind is known as an endling. If architecture has always been seeking a crisis, every generation has got something it needs to fight for. Well, fighting for the extinction of everything in the animal kingdom, including us, I think is probably the biggest possible fight. Some facts behind that is that since the 70s, all wildlife on this planet 50% has disappeared. Actually, The Guardian is now saying it's 60%. That's every 9 minutes we lose another mammal to extinction, disappears forever. And that's also corals, fish, insects, all of it's disappearing. So our mission as architects is to design for those creatures that don't necessarily have a voice and to deal with our growing populations. There just seems to be more and more of us. I think the pandemic has hit us pretty hard, and hopefully we've learned that we're all one biology, and perhaps this lesson will permeate into the kind of operations that we do as architects and designers, but maybe not. It seems like we didn't exactly get it right. Now, urban population increasing is a good thing, but how we manage that, how we live, how we move, what we eat, that's something that we really do need to rethink. And architects can use one of the most powerful tools we have, which is our imagination, to write and think about cogent narratives to get us into civilization 2.0, where we have a relationship with the Earth's metabolism that's positive. So we call this design against extinction. That's our kind of modus operandi, is to think about in every operation that we do, another organism that doesn't have a voice incorporate and integrate that into our architecture. And at Terraform, we have produced a number of these iterations, not as utopian models, although utopia is okay, just as points that ask questions, much like this Biennale is asking. How will we all live together? And we do this through drawing and designs and installations that are meant to place arguments to think about the possibility of our future. So here's New York City, a future version of it, in 42nd Street, where we're translating it into vertical gardens for food and air quality, photovoltaics on the skins of buildings for energy generation, vertical access wind turbines, a riparian corridor through the center, teeming with all kinds of aqueous life, allowing streets to be replaced with removing cars to trackless buses, and things like creating grand civic spaces in our urban environments. And we don't have to get to this exact plan. That is a point, kind of a direction that architects are good at not only understanding the general physics, but explaining to the public what our excuses have been, and now let's move towards a much more positive future. And this is something we've been hearing for 50 years, I guess. We can also do this with materials. This is my daughter on a chair that we grew in a lab made of acetobacter and mycelium. It's a chair that you can eat. So it's something that she was telling her kindergarten, Daddy makes chairs that are edible. And that's something that eventually the folks, the parents, learn from and realize that there is a new technology. It's called cells. It's been around for a very long time. Everything on this planet is made from cells. Biology is technology. Architects need to think at that scale. This is another system that we had produced with plywood, also with mycelium. This is a bench or an architectural object that's triply curved that's grown in a lab. It takes about 7 days. And then also other projects that show the public in the form of installations. Here, the countdown that we're facing, which is now 7 years until we have the permanent rise in temperature, which is what COP26 was about. So we produce these anti-extinction libraries. These are eggs that essentially house cryogenically frozen endangered species that are kept out in the public, and they're surrounded by all the kind of necessary seed bombs and biota so that they can survive. The system itself is meant to erode, and these eggs slowly erode over 7 years, and then the organism is released and its population is jump-started. It's not going to save them from extinction, but hopefully this is one of many lessons we can work with the public to help them understand what it is that you're doing that's creating destruction of so much of the biosphere. This is another technology we've been working with. These are mealworms, specifically Amazonian mealworms. And what do? Well, they eat something that is extraordinarily poisonous on many levels when it comes to carbon loading in the atmosphere and greenhouse gas emissions. This is styrofoam. It's very difficult to recycle, upcycle, or translate into anything useful. Certainly mycelium, or that mushroom system, could do that, but this is a global industrial product, and it's poisoning our planet along with so much else. So in Camden, New Jersey, we were funded by the Bloomberg Foundation to produce a digester that allows people to throw their waste styrofoam into the belly of this device and watch the mealworms slowly digest it. They actually turn it into a frass, and they eat their own frass, their enzymes process it, the styrofoam turns into garden mulch. That mulch is used outside of this urban junk space to help repopulate the species. The worms themselves turn into darkling beetles, and they're fed to birds and lizards and other organisms. This device is put in place with a goal to increase biodiversity. So it's not just about human diversity, which is super important, and inclusion, but I think we need to be inclusive of everything in the biosphere itself. And another project we've been looking at is actually rethinking the base materials, not necessarily steel and glass and concrete, which have serviced architects now for 100+ years. Well, if you go back to Rome, even more. But we can think of materials that are grown in situ, in place. So this is using essentially woody plants that are controlled by scaffolds that grow into a precise geometry. And those woody plants are grafted together, and you get a home that is alive. We're not killing lumber. We don't have to sustainably harvest, in this case, to do it, but instead we grow plants into a geometry that makes it possible for human dwelling, where there's almost no distinction between home and the landscape itself. So we're doing that with willows, These are clusters of willows attached to old-growth trees, and this is part of a big economy, especially in Germany, where we grow willows in farms, massive agricultural farms, that are growing them to be pelletized and burned for biomass energy. Biomass energy is a good thing, but we can also think of, instead of just burning it for biomass energy, we can use it as a form of architecture. Use these living elements grown in situ to make different dwelling types. And then if it's not about how we dwell in those materials, it's the things that we eat, which certainly architects can have a say in. So we worked with Michelin-rated chefs and thought about an alternate form of protein that can be grown in cities. So instead of eating cows, pigs, chicken, and lamb, could we eat bugs? Europe and the United States needs to eat more of these. In 2013, the United Nations again mandated looking at different approaches to getting Americans and Europeans to eating more insect-based protein. Why would you want to do that? Because it's 300 times less greenhouse gas emissions from eating something like bug powder. It's also 2,000 gallons less water per gram of protein for each one of those crickets you eat versus a cow. It also happens to taste really good. So we've made bagels, bonbons, pasta made from cricket powder that is absolutely exquisite. We feed them things like lime rinds and orange peels, so we tune the flavor of these bugs into something that humans want to consume. This is also part of the Wholesome Award. I should mention that. And then another project we looked at that allows us to confront where our food comes from. As architects, we produce these farm pods, which are part cabin, part furniture, and a system for growing food locally. So not crops that you would have on a farm elsewhere that you could do at high yields, such as corn or wheat, but here we're growing things such as arugula, different mints, spirulina, that are grown inside this pod that go directly into your salad. You can also grow materials on the inside. So it's not a green wall, it's a green ball. And you get triple the amount of surface area to grow your elements. And then finally, the last two sort of thoughts we had about extinction and what we can do with waste, food, water, energy, etc. This is some projects that deal directly with the destruction of the monarch butterfly. So these guys are absolutely magnificent creatures. They're native to New York City. They moved from New York to Mexico over generations. We had a client come to us and say, can you do a green building? We said, we don't really do green buildings. There's lots of other architects that do that. We just do something that's super green. So we produced this, which is a structure integrated into the skin of a building. It's a double skin system that is a sanctuary and a vertical meadow for the monarch butterfly to give it a chance at rewilding and repopulating parts of New York City. We designed these feeder systems that are now part of the American Museum of Natural History Insectarium. We had butterflies as our clients, learned how they reproduce, what they do to sleep, their perch points, their entire life cycle, their egg-laying stages, their relationship to milkweed. We then spent years of research designing this system, which is a fully functional double-skin facade and diagrid that incorporates the entire life cycle and needs of the monarch butterfly. That is porous, that allows the butterflies to come in and out and rewild the area in that zone, and then provide places for them for safety and for food. And when you look out your office window in this building, you see this garden teeming with life, increasing biodiversity, filled with plants, all different types of flowers and pollinators, and the butterflies themselves getting a chance to start life. Now, butterflies, granted, are very attractive and a great species to work with, but we need to communicate to the public that's not only the pretty things that we need to save, it's pretty much millions of things that we need to save. So this is one of many interventions that we're looking at to get people involved in working with things other than just people and having these creatures as your client. And finally, working with projects such as this, explaining what's happening in our cities and doing it in a way that doesn't look at GIS or the typical data routines that we see everywhere, mapping population growth and the resource extraction involved in our cities and what those consequences are. Here we're using ECOLOGY as a form of analog computation that maps population growth in a one-to-one count with colonies of E. coli equivalent to population counts and shows over time, grafted together, 50 of the world's largest cities increasing in size, and where that increase is going to happen. So we produced this map of the world as one mega city, using ECOLOGY to show the growth, getting us to a projected 11 billion humans on this planet. Where will they be? How will they live together? But at least, what does that even look like? I think that is also very much a part of the argument. And finally, our latest project is something called engineered living materials. And I absolutely implore everyone to think about this as a system to work with inside their architectures. Here, it's used as an infill in a garden tower that is both a tower made of living walls and a vertical farm on the inside. We're using CLT and mass timber, which is sustainably harvested, and that's by request of the client, and growing into those wall systems local species that are drought resistant, that vertically are integrated into the skin of that building and will stay alive with a modicum of maintenance over the entire course of the lifetime of this tower. And here is the kind of the center of that project, which is a vertical farm and education center where they're growing their food locally, doing it in a hyper-technological way. This is also something that relates both not only to the inside and the outside, but also relates to the amount of people we're going to need to feed in this world. So I'm going to pause there because I do believe we have time for discussion and Q&A, but thank you very much for listening. Thanks, guys.
And let me tell you, this is just a glimpse of the energy and intelligence that this group has been able to nurture around them in New York. I'm sure we are going to hear more about their work and how it's driving a particular approach to thinking about sustainability and architecture. I know our time is limited. I'm going to ask 2 questions to both of you. You're free to answer whichever one or both or none. And then I will turn it to the audience to ask a couple of more questions. The first one, primarily to Peder, but as always, you'll surprise me by shifting around, has to do with the way in which, as a philosopher of science, historian of science, you are entering into the space of architecture, not just as an individual practice, but as a network, in order to imagine alternative ways that this practice can happen. You went straight to redefining our context, but also even renaming us, bringing love into the picture, which I love. But I wanted to ask you to imagine with us the agency a little bit more. We have realized, with the kind of single author mentality, that our table is too small for taking on the complex problems. So instead, what we have done is delegated these other dimensions of the problem to others, instead of expanding our table or even revising the methods of we work, whether we need a table or not. Imagining the architect as a convener allows us to expand our possibilities of bringing people around the table with us. And you've been, along with Mitch and others at NYU and in your sphere, rethinking that agency. I want to ask you both, in terms of the way that you've been working on this, to think about that agency and how we can recraft it. I mean, love is an important ingredient, but there are many others that we would like to bring around. Particularly as you yourself have imagined the emergence of ecology and the ecologists during times of crisis, and whether we can find a kind of correspondence between that and the re-emergence of another architect in this time of crisis. The first question is about agency. The second question has to do with the butterfly effect that Mitch has fluttered around just now. And there I wanted to ask you about the butterfly, not just as a client, but as a metaphor for the vulnerability and the beauty of the undertaking that we take. And by that I mean a kind of the importance of an aesthetic dimension to all what you're doing and what you're writing about, in elevating the discussion about sustainability from just being a kind of problem-solving approach to actually being an aesthetic, a mode of expression, a necessary mode of expression, but one which allows us to position it at a different level than just the mundanity of problem-solving or dealing with crisis. So, I mean, one looks at your work and obviously there is an aesthetic emerging, which is somewhere between that vulnerability of the butterfly and its beauty, but also kind of a hardcore infrastructure that is necessary for that beauty to be held up. So on both accounts, I want to ask you to please elaborate both on the notion of agency and the aesthetic related to your approaches to sustainability.
Oh, thank you, Hashem, for that all too good question. Remind me of Walter Gropius once asked, so what is architecture? This came from a journalist who didn't know what architecture was about, and Gropius answered, it's art and science which creates culture. So he defined architecture as art and science which defines culture. And I thought that was a fascinating definition of modernism or architecture as a profession, not as some sort of design or beauty or a profession that lives within itself, but a profession that engages the world of science. And that agency of the architect, or the best agency of architecture, is when they engage scientists. And we just saw one example here with Mitch engaging biology to create a new type of culture. So that would be one thing. And then there needs to be more, in terms of agency, more hope and more kindness, and I called it maybe a little bit cheesy, love, in order to move forward with the architectural debate of today. Because we come too dystopian, too sort of end of the world, I'm afraid that people could either just say, not for me, or it's not going to create the enthusiasm we need to create a better world or a nicer world to live in. So that's more like a comment of the current state. There needs to be compassion for each other and for the environment we live in, and we need to mobilize that as an agency. That may sound very banal, but so much the better, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's great questions, Hashem. I would say that theory has always played a very significant role in influencing practice, and having lived through now some generations of different movements and the acceleration of those movements changing, I feel that there's something percolating, more or less, I'd say now, but perhaps starting 10 years ago. I don't really know. I'm not exactly a historian, so I can't really find a moment in time where there has been some kind of change, but there is change. I think I was just in Barcelona 2 days ago at a conference on living architecture, and so many amazing colleagues. 2 days of presentation after presentation of teams working directly with ecologists or building their own laboratories, doing molecular cell biology, changing materials, looking at material science as being the new approach to architecture, doing everything they can to tease out what hasn't quite been defined yet, but a new generation of architects that want to make things very much fitted into the Earth's atmosphere and very much alive, and then to drive an aesthetic behind it. Because I have nothing wrong with the aesthetics that something like Philip Johnson or Zaha Hadid or Frank Gehry has produced. I mean, some of those people were my heroes. Bilbao is a magnificent building, but it's made out of titanium. And even though it's phenomenal in so many different ways, we know we can't build with such high embodied energy materials. We know that we need to seek, as a new generation of architects, a different approach, and therefore a different aesthetic. If we assign essentially a green characteristic to buildings that don't also follow that image, that might be problematic, although we'll see, because there are big advantages to things like BREEAM or LEED, because you don't necessarily have to have the building look like it's made from biology. In this case, it can look like a box, but happens to be behind the scenes a stealth green image. So I think we're going to see this kind of, both approaches between the stealth green systems that deal with adaptive reuse, look at modernism as an aesthetic, and then a new approach which is more about the computational systems or the robotics alongside different sciences such as material sciences, biology, and ecology, producing radically new looking buildings that fit into the Earth.
I think I failed to mention to the public how important it is the way you both weave in your practices between environments that are all interdisciplinary. So you're like interdisciplinary individuals in weaving between different interdisciplinary environments. NYU and the Gallatin Logic, then the Navy Yard New Lab, and how it brings very different fields of research together. Then your agency as citizens, whether in New York City or in Brooklyn, and how you bring in the different community players as agents. Then your interdisciplinary work with musicians, DJs, etc. This changes completely the position of the architect as being positioned in the center to being an active mover, weaving between these different environments. But you've chosen your environments very well to allow for that to happen. So I'm envious, that's all I can say. I don't know, I'm waiting for my cue to see if we have time for more questions from the audience. And it would help a lot if we can get the lights on a little bit. Hello? Can you see what I'm not seeing? Here it is. I know that there's a microphone that can go around. So if there are hands that go up, you will get a microphone coming to you if you raise your hand. Can you see a hand? No questions? Okay. Can I turn around and ask you, if you had a question for Amina and for the CP26, what would it be? What, after having seen and read and understood the outcomes, what would the aspiration be? What would your hopes be? I know that there's a little bit of disappointment in the outcome, but how do we bring all of that to bear on what we're doing?
Well, we had been, Peter and I were authors of part of a paper in a group at the ETH in Zurich, writing one of the sustainability development goals. And our approach was essentially writing the section on animal-aided design and rewilding cities. And I think what's happened at COP26 and the approach that was taken by the leadership class, or essentially the politicians, is a very difficult argument to push forward an agenda that must satisfy all. So, in a sense, what Amina J. Mohammed represents is a general consensus of a direction. They don't enforce regulations. They're not the world police. That's not their job. They can't do that. But they can drive consensus and get us to convene to have discussions, and that's powerful. These guidelines, the SDGs, are a great sort of springboard to activate ourselves alongside clients and developers to argue these points and show that there is a large consensus behind the kind of the principles that they represent.
Yeah, I mean, seeing all these politicians from around the world actually talking to each other is itself something we can admire, and there's hope in that, I hope, even though there's sort of a dark side to it all, isn't it? In seeing also all the different architects from around the world coming together and thinking through how to move ahead is also good. I think Mitch said something very important that everyone listening in should notice. That is, you can be green and still just design a very boring box, right? For instance, I think it's the architectural, the Presidential Library of George Bush, which is kind of traditional columns, conservative, not my style. It's super green. So it is possible to do all kind of different types of architecture and still be green. So it's not always an issue of aesthetics. It's a question of smart design, engineering, and respecting the world of science when you design. Though my heart beats more in the experimental direction of what Mitch is doing and some of the amazing things I've seen at the Biennale, I recognize those whose heart go in another direction, more conservative, traditional, whatever. Everyone can go green. There's no excuse anymore. Really, there's no excuse.
There's a
So I'm not allowed to touch the technology for security reasons. But first of all, thank you a lot for this fantastic session and this great discussion. Regarding the last point addressed about, the relationship between sustainability and form, okay? I think that's a very interesting one. And you, Peter, you said you would prefer a more exciting architecture that is green than a banal box. Well, our experience now since 1989 on sustainable design has been exactly the opposite. So the more complex the architectural form, the less sustainable the building. This is the experience we've made. And ultimately, we have come to the conclusion, let's do extremely simple boxes, absolutely reduced, okay? That can still be beautiful. But if you do complicated forms like in Bilbao, for example, absolutely crazy in terms and beautiful in terms of its formal expression, but it requires even a bigger effort to make it sustainable. So that's my statement.
I mean, I would totally agree. I think that Peter wasn't, well, you could say, but both things need to happen simultaneously. There needs to be a semiotic pulse of change that happens in a new aesthetic model that represents this kind of new direction in super green or ultra sustainable versions of architecture, as well as the kind of the humility and the modesty and the needs behind housing the masses, dealing with embodied energy and materials, fitting into the inherent ways construction practices operate and buildability principles. There's no doubt that that's going to make an enormous impact, probably much larger than a few kind of exciting, visually exciting elements of architecture. But I do think that no matter what you're designing, and this is key, we're not engineers. I mean, we do need to solve the functional principles in architecture. We got to get the program right. The structure's got to operate. The building needs to last. The roof and windows can't leak. But at some point at the end of those operations, there is a moment where we can build in some sort of desire or some characteristic of intent that reflects on ideas of culture or context or beauty, not for decoration, but for some level of exuberance, to bring those into the project, to question why it's there, and to get them excited about it in the first place. And that's what kind of separates, I think, architects from engineers. Not that brilliant architects can't make brilliant boxes that also have their own aesthetic appeal. And I don't even know if this is, it's probably my fault for creating that tension. I actually am not critical of what others do in that sense. I am just desperately trying to get the stuff that we're doing reach that same level of reification and exactitude in the precision of details and the function of those things to work, as well as also get an architecture that's brilliant. So I definitely understand that perception, but I don't know if it's helpful. And you're right, Mark, if we have this tension between the box and the kidney kind of universe. Although, again, it's honestly a perception of taste, perhaps, and I tend to lean towards the more out there designs, no doubt. Yeah.
I think that's a good.
If I can say just one last observation in response to Mark's comments, and yesterday I felt in the discussions around the Hosm Awards and the presentation that there was, in parallel to the consensus building that you described happening in Glasgow, there was a consensus building around ways in which we can now hone in on what architects can do in the world to address these questions. And I feel like the Hosm Awards over the years has rehearsed one form of consensus after the other, being open to variety and change. And the beauty of it is that it's not honing in on a style, but honing in on strategies, on attitudes, and on an ethos of sorts, which I find to be as important as what is happening in Glasgow. So for the Holcim Foundation, really thank you for taking on such a challenge in parallel to what is happening in the world and showing the way that we can actually achieve consensus without compromising the diversity that you demonstrated so strongly in the awards yesterday. So, Mitch, Peter, thank you so much. I know this is to be continued, but I hope that the world will be looking at your work more and hearing from you more. We deserve it, you deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Hashim.
Hashim. Thank you.
I think we need a 5-minute break before the next panel. Yeah? 5. Fantastic. Welcome to our second panel for the afternoon in this symposium on the dimensions of sustainability. The second panel is, in a way, a case study taken from the exhibition, from the section Across Borders, and fleshed out in front of you in terms of its different dimensions as an approach towards the design or redesign of the territory, working on that painful border that has proven itself to be the most politically charged border between the urban and the extra-urban these days. And we could not think of a better person to help articulate and expand on her work in this dimension than Paola Vigano. Paola Vigano is professor in urbanism and urban design at the EPFL and UAV here. Founded Studio with Bernardo Secchi in 1990 and Studio Paola Vigano in 2015. Her awards include the Grand Prix de l'Urbanisme 2013, the Flemish Award for Architecture 2017, and the Golden Medal of Architecture. Her work has been exhibited around the world, and she has taught around the world at the Milan Triennale as an example of 2018, and she has received Doctor Honoris Causa at Université Catholique de Louvain and in the frame of Utopias for Our Times 2016. Please join me in welcoming Paola Vigano.
So, thank you very much for the introduction, but also for this opportunity to be here today. We have not so much time, so I prefer to have a small text to be followed. As you know, the possible responses to the current ecological and environmental crisis constitute one of the fundamental axes of this Biennale, how we will live together. And in this frame is situated this second panel, Sustainability, Transition and Urbanization, a new project for space, life and politics. And we propose to you a discussion, a conversation with Michiel de Hane, that is here with me, from Ghent University in Belgium. Michiel, if you can join. And from remote, we have Panos Mantsiaras. I don't see the panelists, but I suppose they can be shown. Panos Mantsiaras. Now I would like to see the people. Is it possible? The guest. Yes, so this is a PowerPoint, thank you. But can we see the people, the guests, or not? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Panos, Fondation Braillard Architect in Geneva. Arturo Escobar, University of North Carolina. Can we see Arturo? You cannot. Okay, here he is. Hello, Arturo. Saskia, hello. Saskia Sassen from Columbia University. Let's see if we can also see Saskia. That would be fantastic. No, it's too complicated. And then Matthis Wackernagel, founder of the Global Footprint Network. Okay, hello, Matthis. So we didn't see Saskia, hoping she's there. And of course, I welcome our guests and thanks them for being here virtually and physically, as in the case of Michiel. So this panel, in coordination with Ashim Sarkis, is at the initiative of the Habitat Research Center of the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne, EPFL, and of the Braillard Architects Foundation in Geneva. In this same occasion, we will launch the 2022 Bernardo Secchi Day at the end of this presentation. So the panel is organized in a short introduction, 4 statements, and the order of the statements is first Saskia Sassen, then Mathis Wackernagel, then Arturo Escobar, and finally Michiel will conclude. The third part will be a debate moderated by Panos Mantsiaras, and then we have a conclusion, Panos and myself, and we will have this launch. Now, in this panel, we would like to discuss the transition of cities and territories as catalyst in the double-headed interdisciplinary interaction of politics with life and space. The installation I've realized for the Biennale, the Biopolitical Garden, tackles these aspects with a number of projects at different scales and with different degrees of abstraction. In this respect, the possibility of a socio-ecological and spatial transition would depend on a fundamental conceptual shift in favor of new articulations between these 3 components: space, life, and politics, enhancing human and non-human synergies and values, including those of heterogeneity and diversity. Within such a project, the design of the inhabited space cannot but play a major role, as Ashim was saying at the beginning of this symposium. To start or to begin, we would like to propose a few fields of interaction among the 3 terms, inside which new contradictions emerge. There are priorities shift. New conflicts arise. The first field, starting from space and its malleability to accommodate a transition project which engages life, lifestyles, culture, and the new structural adaptations. The second, starting from life in its multiple forms and intrinsic value, not only based on human goals. The awareness of environmental, spatial degradation and biodiversity loss is at the foundation of a shift to an idea that we propose in this debate of territory subject, a space of coexistence. The third field starts from politics and asks to reframe the problem of emancipation, criticizing the unsustainability of current development models for the plurality of subjects and lives inhabiting a place. And it asks to rediscuss territorial marginalities and power relations. So these are only a few hints to launch our conversation and open to the 4 statements. And I would like to invite Saskia Sassen, if she's there, because we didn't see her, to start. Si è disconnessa? Okay, it seems that we have lost for Saskia. She was connected and she is now disconnected. So maybe I propose that we continue with our second statement. Mathis Wackernagel.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Paola. It's a pleasure to be with you. Actually, I would much prefer to be in Venice, and I've been to wonderful biennales before, so I really miss being with you. I'm Mathis Wackernagel with Global Footprint Network, and I'm focusing more on the policy side, the metric size, measure what you treasure, because that helps us focus ourselves. So where I would like to start is the following. The future has never been more predictable. What do I mean by that? I would say we know that people will want to sleep, they will want to eat, they will want to be in a safe space, they will be able to move around, etc. That's what we know about the future. And what we also know is that the future will be defined by more climate change and more resource constraints. Whatever path we take, if we rapidly move out of fossil fuel use, then we don't have the fossil fuels to power ourselves, but we will maintain more of the regenerative power of the planet. If we don't do it fast, then we may have a little bit more fossil fuel in transition, but we'll have a much more unstable planet with much less biological resource security, much less agricultural certainty about harvests. So what makes clear is that the future will be about resource security, and those who are not resource secure will have a much harder time to be able to operate. In other words, there is no benefit in not preparing yourself for that future that is predictable. So it's not just about the global commons. It's about, is your city, your company, your country ready for the future we can predict? Because if it's not, you will be not prepared. So this is what we know now. What we know is that the regenerative capacity of the planet, the ability to renew resources of the planet, is materially or physically the most limiting factor for humanity to operate. Much more limiting than the fossil fuels on the ground, because we have too much fossil fuels on the ground compared to what the atmosphere or the biosphere can tolerate. So that's really the bottleneck. How much can Earth renew? And by looking at that bottleneck, we can also easily then describe what's going on or account for in a very simple way. We can look at how much is being regenerated on the planet. We can also look at how much does it take, the other side of the coin, to produce all the food I need, the fiber, the timber, to absorb the extra waste, particularly CO2, to accommodate the cities. And so we can compare both sides. How much do we use compared to what's being regenerated? Our accounts, and you can look at this website here if you want, datafootprintnetwork.org, estimate from about 15,000 data points per country and year, it's probably a conservative estimate, that humanity now uses 1.7 Earth. We use the regenerative power of the planet about 70% faster than what Earth can renew. But then ecologists say maybe using the entire planet is not ideal either, because there are other species competing for the same regeneration. They suggest, some suggest maybe using half the planet's capacity allows to maintain 85% of biodiversity. So using half a planet, maybe a sustainable rate, we use now 1.7. So that's a more than threefold difference between what we use today as humanity and what is available. And of course, that use is very unevenly distributed. So some people say, wow, that's bad news, because we translate these 1.7 Earth into a date. You can say that between January 1st and July 29th, humanity has used as much as Earth can renew in the entire year. That's why we call this day Earth Overshoot Day. And it's not about bad news. It just is news. It just is what is. If you think it's bad news, you may actually resist that insight and not accept that as a context and make really bad decisions yourself. It's just a reality we live in. So we need to measure what we treasure. But we can also go a step further, and that's what we did this year, and say, really the question is, how do we move that date? What's possible? So we developed this new initiative called 100 Days of Possibility. 100 Days of Possibility. That's between Earth Overshoot Day and COP26, like an advent calendar. We try to show, wow, so much is possible that is both moving the date substantially and economically viable. Because what we really need to move people, rather than living in fear, is we need to produce a sense of emotional abundance, of possibilities, in the context of extreme physical scarcity. And I think that's why architecture is so exciting, because you produce experiences. How can we produce experiences of abundance, of possibility, of beauty, of feeling excited in that context of a very, very tight resource budget? And what we learn, and that's what I want to stop, is that actually the question is, are your solutions replicable? Replicable means they can be extended to 8 billion people, because if your solutions are not replicable, you will run into other people trying the same solutions and you run into conflicts. But if your solutions are replicable, your win enables the others to win as well. You transform the situation into a win-win possibility. And what that requires is that actually, particularly because so much of the infrastructure is already built, that possibly architecture has to focus far, far more on retrofitting rather than building new, because we need to transform the entire human system to fit within a much tighter budget. With that, I would like to stop and say we are entering a new future. We're entering a totally new future. It is very different, but it's not surprising. Let's use our knowledge and build the future we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mattis. I would like to continue with Arturo Escobar, if Saskia Sassen is not connected. Someone. Okay, let's wait for Arturo. Okay.
Thanks very much, Paola and Valentin, for the invitation to be here. And I would start as well with the prompt that was sent to us, which was to provide some initial reflections or responses to the COP26 agreements. And I haven't really, I'm not really aware yet of much of the agreements, but more of what transpired in the People's Summit, which is the parallel session that goes on in every COP meeting. And in the People's Summit, what transpired is the following, that there have been many positive results of this summit, but they are not enough. And they are not enough because they do not address the root causes of the problems yet. So there's the sense that market mechanisms plus technological innovations plus policy reform are not enough are important, but are not enough to deal with the crisis, the multifaceted crisis of climate, energy, poverty, inequality, and meaning that the world is facing today, which is a civilizational crisis, as indigenous peoples in Latin America call it. So what are the stakes? And the stakes in the last instance, and this again comes mostly from people at the People's Summit, the stakes is that we need a different practice of the human and a different idea of the human. That, and I very much like this notion by the Jamaican philosopher Sylvia Wynter. She talks about that we are all constrained and trapped in many ways within a mono-humanist notion of the human, a mono-humanist way of being human, secular, liberal, technoscientific, anthropocentric, bourgeois, Western, etc., and that we need to move towards a different horizon for the human, a multiplicity of humans, actually, a different sense of the human, a human that does not live in opposition to nature, and especially that human that has been created by modernity based on the separation between the humans and the non-humans, between nature and culture, between humanity and nature, and that we need to move beyond that. And why do we need to move beyond that model of the human? Because that model of the human is causing the terricide. And the terricide, the recede, is the concept that has been coined by the movement of indigenous women for buen vivir, for collective well-being in South America. And they say that we are killing not only the physical ecosystems, but also the knowledge ecosystems, the spiritual ecosystems, and including the knowledge of plants and animals and non-human living beings. And then as long as we continue doing that, then we will not be able to address significantly the climate crisis. So that was the first point. And my second point is the following, that so if we need a new kind of human, a new notion of the human, how that human should be, and of course that human should be the human that recognizes that we are all enmeshed in relations of interdependence with, and Mattis referred to this as well, relations of interdependence with everything else that exists in the world, with all plants and animals and even objects and materiality and spirits and so forth. And then that here comes the centrality of the cities and the transitions in the cities, the urban transitions, that in recognizing that the world has to be different for the human to be different and vice versa, and the human has to be different for the city to be different. We cannot rebuild and remake the city with the same kind of human and model of habitability that we have so far. The city, as we know it, is an agent of defuturing. This is the concept from Tony Fry, at least many of you know it. It's an ontologically designed event and an ontologically designing event. The city is designed by a particular kind of human, but it designs us as well as a particular kind of human, a particular kind of society. So Fry talks about retrofitting of the cities, a significant remaking of the cities. I extend that to saying that retrofitting has to be an ontological retrofitting, a retrofitting that is based on a different way of being, doing, and knowing, a retrofitting which is based on the reconstitution of life, and here comes the topic of life, a life-centered paradigm for the city that requires then that the humans sees themselves again as constituted deeply by this web of interdependencies that constitute the places and bodies and territories and landscapes that we are and inhabit. So the third point, and this is very brief, about some very quick ideas about how to accomplish that. And from the field of cities again, and I think we have some clues in new trends such as biophilic urban planning and design, also the eco design as applied to the cities, and I think is a good place to start, but they are still somewhat, so how to deepen that insight. I also found very interesting, Paula, your notion, your proposition to consider the metropolitan areas as made of villages, like made up of a network of villages and spaces of coexistence. And so, but what are villages from this perspective of any kind of human? Villages are obviously webs of interdependence between bodies and places and landscapes and territories. So we have to rebuild the cities based on this entanglement of assemblages of places, territories of life and bodies and so forth. And that constitutes the transition in the cities, the remaking of human habitability from the perspective of interdependence, the perspective of pluriversality. And finally, in this respect, I found very interesting one of the responses from found at the Dutch Pavilion of the Biennale that talks about that if the question of the Biennale is how we should live together now, the question then is, the key question is, who is the we? Who is the we? And the we has to be a new notion of the human. The we has to be a we that incorporates the multiplicity of others, as some of the Dutch exhibits suggest. That is a multi-species as well, a multi-species urbanism. So all of these new ideas about the human have to be taken seriously, moving beyond the mono-humanist notion of the human, Sylvia Winter calls it, a Western model of the human. And finally, that might be the new way of thinking about the world as an architectural project. Okay, so that's my statement for now. I hope it was clear.
Thank you very much, Arturo. So let's go to Michiel, and I would like to know, someone should help us to know if Saskia is online or not. She's not? Are you sure? So you don't see her? No, she's not. Okay, so we have a few minutes more. Michiel, so you will conclude the statement.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm very happy to be live in Venice, to come together here. I will try to, in a short statement, explain, much to my own surprise in a way, why I have been working over the past years on agroecology and on an agroecological urbanism, which actually also led me to the work of Arturo Escobar in my reading. I'm an architect urbanist by background, and I've been structuring my research and teaching over the past years around the notion of the urban question, you could say an old notion, coming from a sort of political economy literature. And it interests me because it connects the process of urbanization to the political challenge it poses, namely that of living together in a state of exacerbated interdependence. And second, as it helps to frame urbanism as the ism of urbanization and interrogate the political meaning of the way in which processes of urbanization have been formalized and the way in which, for the time being, answers to the urban question have been shaped in different urbanisms. Hashim Sarkis, in this Biennale, challenged the architecture community to think about a new social contract for the planet. And as far as the urban question is concerned, this means for me translating this framework from a figure of political economy to that of political ecology. And for the sake of the discussion, and I have to go way too quickly here, from a deal-making around growth and redistribution to a social contract that begins to act within self-imposed boundaries and acknowledges the ecological basis of the unity of production and social reproduction. In my own work, I am particularly interested in the historical selective uptake of the urban question. What we include and what we, and not as an undefined we, but as urban communities, leave out or have left out, to subsequently ask what alternative urbanisms may contribute to the changing of those terms and to include some of the things we have left out, including ecology. Urbanism is fundamental there because we need to do more than greening our cities. We need to change the urbanism, change the way in which we accommodate dynamics of urbanization. And this is why I started on a more systematic way working on the question as food and food as an urban question. Let it be clear, food is not an urban question. The question is to what extent under conditions of urbanization, it has been addressed as an urban question. And in a way, in a very reduced manner. Only the logistics and I would say the charity economy of food are left. It's not something that we structurally have designed into our urbanisms. Particularly interesting in this respect is the close connection between housing and food, and also in relationship to labor, paid and non-paid labor, and how different these issues have been treated historically. Housing comes with a long tradition of reflecting on decommodification. Food as a subject has been subject to hyper-commodification, and we've seen that as liberating, as something that we actually wanted to remove from the urban equation. With Chiara Tornaghi, I have been working more specifically on the issue of an agroecological urbanism, or trying to think the possibility of an agroecological urbanism. Trying to bring together the political agroecology movement and the urban food planning community. This project is literally about the repoliticization of food as an urban question, and it started as a direct comment on the current urban agriculture discussion, which has the merit of reintroducing the question of production in the urban food discussion, but subsequently is mostly concerned with retrofitting food production in the city as we know it. Our position of Chiara and myself is simple. Sustainable food production is only possible if we urbanize differently. If we interrupt the logics of substitution that drive current patterns of urbanization, substitution between energy and labor, between land use and soil use, between global and local, that destroy the resources that we need to grow food, destroy the skills also, and fail to care for the soil care. So my turn to agroecology has been a very humbling one as an urbanist, because it's in the context of the urban age, one where I believe when you work on food that the city as we know it is not the solution. It is structurally part of the problem. Then the encounter with agroecology and political agroecology has provided partly that external perspective, but has also given us concrete tools to really repoliticize the urban food question. It has been defined agroecology, political agroecology, by Miguel Altieri as a science, a practice, and a movement. And it's especially that practice and movement component that has been moving us, in the sense that it helped us to really work on the question of the urban metabolism that is now dominated by an industrial ecology perspective, really trying to think its practice and transformative practices that really re-articulate the urban metabolism in different ways. To then bring a movement, the movement of political agroecology, in conversation with the city is a particularly hard one, because the political agroecology movement stands with its back to the city. It looks, it's a post-capitalist or maybe even anti-capitalist movement, and looks at the urbanism as the urbanization of capital, which it also is in the current condition of the dominant urbanisms. And so it's really been a quest to try to bring these movements to conversation. And this is, of course, where I don't have the time to go really deep into this. But I can just maybe mention a few things of what kind of discussions that this then leads to, not only in terms of what the radical perspective of political agroecology maybe brings to our field, but also the other way around. These have been discussions on autonomy and autogestion, which in the case of political agroecology is centered on very different understandings of autonomy, which really is a farmer's movement and is the autonomy of the farmer. But we've been speaking to agroecological farmers and raising questions of what they can accommodate on farm and where they're actually dependent on their environment, cut off from resources that are in their environment and that are not part of the autonomy they're seeking. We've been talking about questions of spatial differentiation, about diversity, but also of proximity, and trying to really think about nutrient cycling as something that needs to be resourced at the landscape level, and where we need to really think the geography of agroecological farming, and where this is a particularly challenging one to do that in an urbanized landscape, in a highly differentiated landscape. And we've been revisiting questions of infrastructure and decommodification, really discovering that the rural infrastructures that we have on the planet now have not been devised to support agroecological farming. Raising questions in an environment, what is free? What can be freely appropriated by farmers? And then we see farming models that can really freely appropriate forms of infrastructure, and agroecological farming cannot. And so in that sense, really then challenging us, how can we convert the disabling environments that we have into enabling environments that support the possibility of life on the planet in a very different way.
Thank you very much, Michiel, for your statement. Now I would like to open. Oh, Saskia. Great, thank you so much for being back. So we give you the word. You should have to open the micro. Can you open the micro?
Okay.
Oh, fantastic.
Here. You will tell me when I speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Please,
it's now up.
Please, you can speak.
I can speak. Okay. Well, I wanted to address. I've really enjoyed what I've heard so far, etc. And I just wanted to talk about something that is perhaps just a bit too specific, but I'm sure you can handle it. You can hear me, yes? Okay. So as you may know, I have worked quite a bit on the whole question of expulsions, how we have generated a whole set of modalities through which we, even without being fully aware, produce sort of expulsions. And in these many diverse kinds of expulsions, I sort of, one element that I brought up that came up for me was this notion of, yes, a sorting, you know the term sorting, right? But a savage sorting. So sorting in itself is a very useful tool. My question is, when it is a savage sorting, do we need it? Do we want it? Et cetera, et cetera. Now, we tend to write, of course, about the complex organizational capacities of our modern world as producing societies capable of ever more complexity. And we conceive of these as a positive development. And so for me, there is a question in there. Is a continuous growth of complexity always desirable? I would say no, and I'm sure that I'm not the only one that thinks so. But at the same time, we want to keep complexity growing. It is just a question of how do we situate. What has happened in our current world is that we have accumulated multiple, diverse, extraordinary forms of intelligence. I don't mean just intelligence of us humans, I mean intelligent systems as well. And so what we have is, in principle, a capacity to produce ever more complexity. And we conceive of this as a positive development. And that is sort of a bit the question that I wanted to get at. Can we simply assume that growing complexity is a positive development per se? It is an admirable, you know, because complexity is, after all, complex. Now, if we expand the range of situations and temporal frames that make visible the fact of sharp edges, interruptions, if you want, edges that obscure what might lie beyond those edges, then we enter a terrain that is messy, but quite interesting. So it sort of raises for me a question. Is much of today's society tending toward the condition of brutal simplicity against which the great historian Jacob Burckhardt, of course, warned, you know, in the 19th century already? So from what I have observed, at least in my own research, complexity does not inevitably lead to brutality. But it can. And today, in today's world, it often does indeed. It often leads to a simple, as opposed to a grand, brutality of a sort. You know, so there is intelligence, there is something that we want to not simply destroy in that brutality, but the question then, the challenge is, how do we make it work also for the good? Very difficult to make all kinds of negatives that are destroying poor populations, destroying waters. We know that we're living through an epoch where we have made visible long histories that have long existed, that captured, destroyed, and also did a lot of good things. So now there is a kind of a young generation, and I totally respect it, that really wants to minimize brutality. And that also means, how do we engage with these issues in ways that allow us to intervene and to make it better? Nothing is going to be perfect, but we can aim at making it better. So indeed, I would say that today we have a kind of brutality in play that we need to contest. It often leads to a simple as opposed to a grand brutality. Now, simple brutalities can be as bad as grand brutalities. And so when I think of this grand brutality of a sort, or the simple brutality of a sort, I want to put it sort of on the same level as the complexities of our current age. Now, our current age has complexities and it has simplicities. Probably, I would say, more simplicities than complexities, because there are so many people who are outside of the circuit of these advanced systems. To me, this is a major issue that we need to address. Now, Europe, for instance, is doing much better, but in the United States, just to mention the simplest of cases, you have vast populations that are still using very old-fashioned modes to communicate. They don't even have, sort of what we all take for granted. I think, again, Europe and China, they are not to mention two very different countries or areas. They are quite different, really. Now, question mark that comes to my mind when I'm discussing this way is, how does complexity produce brutality? We tend to respect complexity. We tend to admire it. The question is, does it also have a brutal side? Now, part of the answer, I argue, concerns the logics organizing some of today's major order-making systems. And I emphasize, I'm talking about systems that make orders. In other words, this didn't fall from the sky. We made it. If we made it, we can also change it, so to speak. That's a bit of an exaggeration, clearly. Now, and again, that what is important to me is that these systems operate in domains as diverse as global environmental protections and finance. You have them really in multiple elements of our current economies. Now, if I wanted to illustrate very briefly my argument with two cases, I would, if I have given the little time. So one is a key policy innovation, sort of innovating on the policy front in interstate agreements to protect the environment, carbon trading, etc. This means, practically and brutally speaking, that countries will tend to fight for expanding their rights to pollute, so as to either buy or sell a bigger quota of carbon emissions. Now, I may be talking just a bit too much about all of this stuff, given the subjects that have been present in your conference here, but I do think that this is sort of something that is of the moment and that we have to deal with. Now, let me see if I want to cut sort of one element again that I would like to add here is that there is a kind of willingness, disposition to financialize even the livelihoods of those who lose everything if the instrument backfires. I don't know if this was clear. In other words, this is the extreme condition. And so those are the kinds of moments and elements that I think we need to fight against. We should not allow them. In my reading, what is happening with the financial system is really brilliant. And it can change anything, a wall, a mountain, a piece of metal that is lying there and nobody uses. It can make it work. It makes it work on an abstract level. But those are entities that are enormously different in many ways and that are playing an increasing role. I've done quite a bit of work on that and it gets a bit complicated, so I don't want to elaborate too much. But one sort of language that I find myself often using is that the instruments that enable the hyper profits that we see in some economic sectors, for instance, have a lot to do with this financialized stuff and the very advanced logics that the system, the financial system especially, has developed. And it really has led to a kind of willingness to financialize even the livelihoods, this is the extreme case, even the livelihoods of those who lose everything if the instrument backfires. I don't know if you're still with me, if your audience is still with me, but that is the extreme. In other words, the extreme case that leads to a willingness to financialize even the livelihoods of those who lose everything if the instrument backfires. In other words, it's you win or lose. There is no in-between zone. Now, such was the case, for instance, with the type of subprime mortgage. I don't know how many people in your world were aware of that, which was launched in 2001 in the United States, that affected millions of households, of modest households, including way beyond the United States, even in a country like Germany, which is a very, very well-run country, unlike, you know, say, the United States, which is not so well-run. It was sort of, in a way, the financial project aimed at profits for high finance, you know, that was clear. What it used to secure that is what is the scandal. If in principle you would say, okay, we just want to help the rich, okay, fine, we can take that. But if what you're doing is extracting from all kinds of possibilities, some very, very modest, then I would argue we're confronting another kind of situation. So what is perhaps, I repeat, still misunderstood is that what happened in the United States when you had sort of a major crisis that lasted years, where millions of households lost their homes because they were captured in that. So this was the famous case, again, of the subprime mortgage, which has launched in 2001 in the United States. And what is still perhaps misunderstood is that this was a financial project aimed at profits for high finance. It was not aimed at helping modest income people buy a house. And therein lies sort of, you could almost say, the evil, you know, the abuse, etc. But the interesting point is, because it represents a risk, is that even modest entities, buildings, houses, etc., are at risk. Why? Because they can be used, because once they enter that other system, it's not about a little house. It's a materiality. It doesn't matter what kind of materiality. That can be bought and sold, bought and sold, bought and sold on the markets that basically are using just all kinds of elements in order to make money. It's about making money. It's not about owning a house or anything like that. So it's a whole circuit on its own. It looks like it deals with housing, but it really is something else. Now, I don't know how much longer I can speak.
I think,
Saskia,
I think that it is a pity that we cannot give you more time. But
no, it's okay.
Should be nice. We can now go to the debate, and you will for sure be able to continue. So
sorry for being late.
No, thank you very much. So now I would like to ask Panos to show up and to moderate. We still have, I think, 25 minutes, if I'm not wrong. 25 minutes. Panos, please.
Yes, thank you, Paula. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, great. Hi, Saskia. So, hi, everybody. Hi, Pablo and Matisse and Michiel. Thanks so much on my behalf for coming here today with us in this construct that we imagined with Paula in order to launch a debate on space, life, and politics, as she said before. So it's sort of a Bermuda Triangle for those who feel obliged to contribute to the ecological transition through the architecture, urban, and landscape project. I say Bermuda Triangle because I don't know how many will come out alive out of it. But we know that not even 12 hours ago, an event that might or might not be proved to be historic, the COP26, ended in Glasgow with a text which was signed by 190 nations, as you know, on the way to commit humanity to a path of decarbonization, including finance. Just a saying, well, let's see that. So the eyes of the whole world, ours too then, were turned towards this space, a symbolic reduction of the Earth, Glasgow, where the parties attempted through negotiation and therefore through politics to find ways to preserve the chances of dignity of the living world, as very well Pablo said, that is of life. So I quote, less than 10 years ago, the solid science of human-caused climate change was still disputed by agenda-driven individuals and organizations who should be made accountable for their damaging, delaying tactics. Based on the clear scientific evidence, COP26 has made progress towards a net zero CO2 emissions world, but continued expansion of ambition is crucial in limiting the growing severity of climate extremes and to avoid rendering some regions uninhabitable for future generations. Given the glacial pace of progress on climate action, in part due to the blatant short-term self-interest of powerful individuals and organizations, it's almost tempting, like Gulliver at the end of his travels, to feel a sense of loathing for the human species. This is a little sign to Pablo. But there is also a sense of guarded optimism that the spark of the universe came alive, wondered at the beauty of our world, eventually noticed where we are soiling, that we are soiling it terribly before we imperfectly, yet doggedly and collectively began digging ourselves out of our mess. This is Richard Allen, professor of climate science at the University of Reading. And then, right after that, early in the morning, I received a tweet by George Monbiot, who probably you know is the Guardian columnist on ecology, who says, now we have, right, this early morning, right, with the coffee, now we have no choice but to raise the scale of civil disobedience until we have built the greater mass movement in history. We do not consent to the destruction of our life support systems. So, given these two ways of taking things, of what just happened, which I think is very important for our discussion today, especially in this Bermuda Triangle, it seems that our theme fits perfectly, unfortunately, with the concerns and worries of humanity. And we take advantage of this opportunity that was offered to us by the Biennale and Hashim Sarkis to ask our guests two questions that seem strategic right now. So I ask all of you to take up two positions in two questions. That is the first one. On the aftermath of the COP26, what are your first impressions and positions? Where are we heading to? The second, in your opinion, what are the first steps that should be taken in order to accelerate the transition in time and implement it in the social and urban space? So I will start again by, I think, Arturo, because I think his basic views on the world would be a good way to start.
Thank you, Panos, and everybody. I guess I misunderstood a bit the instructions at the beginning, since I spoke about your question that you posed.
You can wrap it up.
Yeah, okay, that's perfect. Okay, and maybe I'll do it by talking a bit about some of the ideas that have been already presented by Matis, Michele, and Saskia. And beginning with one of the tasks, and I think I really like what Michele said about different urbanization that enable food production, sustainable food production within the city. And he also talked about what he called exacerbate interdependence. And he said interdependence is about complexity. The greater the degree of interdependence, the greater the degree of complexity. So complexity, in my mind, and I wonder if Saskia might agree or not with this, has been the complexity that we have in the world today is a particular kind of complexity that has been produced or driven by growth, technoscience, governments, maybe what she called this order-making system, governments, corporations, religions, and academies. I mean, they are an academy, they all drive this complexity. but it's a particular kind of complexity because it's the complexity that has emerged out of a liberal, secular, capitalistic, heteropatriarchal, etc. worldview, an experience of making life. So the result has been that complexity has led to losing the ability to make life. That increasingly what we do is we outsource the making of life to governments, corporations, technoscience, and so forth. So how do we regain that ability to make life? Which is the design question par excellence today, I think. Is how do we make life different? How we create a space different? And it has to do with politics, of course, which is the third term there. Now, for me, there's a different kind of complexity, which is the complexity that is attuned to the earth. I think the human-driven complexity from societies and economies, as we know them, have not been attuned to the earth. And I think what is emerging today is this idea, and with force, emerging from movements and from processes of law, from peoples and peasants, from agroecology, from design, from biodesign, from all these things, that what is emerging today is earth, fundamental act. Earth on the one hand, and peoples on the other. People do not conform to the secular, liberal, capitalistic way of being. And that's when we find also clues for a different kind of complexity in the spell that's recorded at the end of Bullshit in 2014. That in those spaces of the spell, it was find a different more. And this goes along with the urbanism, new urbanism, the urbanism. This has always been completed by a multiplicity of humans and non-humans in a more or less self-organizing fashion within structures created by governments and corporations and academies. But nevertheless, that. And finally, maybe that three ways to start to me, or three principles, more principles than anything, is we need to re-communalize society. Globalization has been the war in communal perspective, has been about individuals in markets. So re-communalize social life, relocate production of activities, including there, and strengthening local economies to then be able to reintegrate with it.
Thank you so much, Pablo. We had some difficulties in your connection, but I think we understood the main ideas around in life, which I think I'll pass the floor to Matisse, just to wrap up and maybe react to those ideas about complexity, which seems to be another interesting way to enter the subject of course. Go ahead.
Thank you, Panos. I really like your metaphor of the Bermuda Triangle, the danger looming. And I would say on some level, actually, we have a less complex world that we may make out. Actually, that's what I said. We know more about the future than we ever knew about it before. We may not like it, but actually it's quite simple. We made very clear decisions at COP26. I shouldn't say we, the people that were representing us at COP26 made very clear decisions. For example, that the Maldives are not worth saving. So that came out very loud and clear. The number of members of the fossil fuel industry at COP26 exceeded the size of the largest national delegations. And they even had help from national delegations and won out. So I think, what does that mean in terms of the next steps to take? I would say the following. One is for two points I would like to make. One is on policy. I think the fundamental question to ask ourselves when you think about policy is a very practical one, and I speak now as an engineer. And the question is, do you love people? And that's not a question to ask you to love people. It's a question of whether you love people, because if you don't love people and make policy, and that seems to be the underlying theme in the current debate, all policies are about containing people and explaining to people without you the problem would be better, you know? So it's really kind of the question, where do we come from? Is the driver really that we love people, or that we see people as a problem, we want to contain them, and through that just produce more conflict, making the problem less solvable? The second point I would like to raise, and then I stop, is reinterpretation. I think it's absurd for us to wait for international agreements with teeth. If we wait for them, we can wait for a very long time and we're not saving ourselves. It's the other way around. We're entering a storm of climate change and resource constraints and pointing fingers at others who needs to fix their own boat first rather than to fix our own boat doesn't make any economic sense. So I think we need to start to recognize that without clear international guidance, the risk exposure for us, for our cities, for our neighborhoods, for our own infrastructure gets even higher. And not to prepare ourselves for the future that is so predictable is just economic insanity, if not economic suicide. So I think it's time we recognize that we have skin in the game. Too many still think, and that's how it was negotiated at COP, too many high-income countries, particularly mainly privileged people living in urban areas, just believe that they can get away with it, that they're just watching the game, that they're asking themselves, how much am I willing to give up? Rather than recognizing that they need to prepare themselves, like with COVID. If we protect ourselves, we protect the community. If we do it in ways that is replicable, it actually becomes a positive sum game. So let's reinterpret the world. Let's accept co-op for what it is. It's not our savior. That's why we need to take our future in our hands. If we are not prepared, we are not prepared.
Thank you so much, Matthias. Yeah, I understand. A lot of people stop thinking of people as a commodity, which is exactly what Saskia was telling about the subprimes. Actually, it's about, you're actually speaking the same thing in a different way. Economics versus finance, because actually people, the modest American people and biodiversity and the animals and the fauna and flora of the world are being treated by the finance in the same way. So in fact, we're having probably another kind of battle which is happening behind, which is finance versus economy, against economy, which is not, finance and economy are not the same. Actually, they can be fighting against each other right now. Yeah. And I think, and then there's the question of complexity, which all this is very complex. It makes me think the brutality of the complexity, Saskia, is a wonderful concept. I think we have to keep it. And I wonder if behind that we can see. I just want to pinch you a little bit a laser scanner at the hospital, which is a very complex thing. How much brutality do we need behind to make it? Or to put it another way, what is the CO2 footprint of the laser scanner, and how much have we spent of resources in order to have people live better, especially the top of the people? But I give you the floor.
But since we appeared on the planet, which I don't know exactly when that was, we're talking a long time ago, we needed everything from the planet: water, stones, food, everything. So we humans are a very significant presence in much of the world, and we can never forget that. And of course, big cities have not been the most gentle way in which we could have both concentrations of people and protection of environments. No, we produce cement covering vast stretches of all kinds of regions. So we are stuck with that. We need that, as long as we are going to be here, that is going to be. Once we are gone and it's just animals, they don't need as much cement as we need. They don't need as much electricity as we need. In other words, you stand back and you say, okay, if there is a God, who was that God really thinking who had the right to be on this planet? Well, you know what? The animals, hey, they actually do rather well. We are the problem, And so the only thing that we can really make a bit of a difference in is questions of equality, questions of minimizing, I always have to laugh when I get invited by very fancy situations where you have, a lot of, I'm talking too much, is that it? Do we have to? I noticed that.
No,
Yeah. Yeah. But anyhow, you know, we use a lot of space, we use a lot of time. We are not innocent additions. We are transformative additions. Now, transformative sounds very pretty, but it can also be, of course, very costly. So we are the ones who should be ready to study how can we minimize our own negatives. You know, that's one way of putting it. But we're so busy, huh? So it doesn't promise that much.
Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you. Thank you.
Panos, can you hear me?
Yes, we can go to
we should
Michiel.
try to conclude.
I think we have until 7:15, right? 5:15, is that right?
No, 5 is the conclusion. No?
Okay, well, Michiel, then.
Okay. So
I
still
think
Michiel.
of course, yeah. Michiel, please go ahead and react on all that, especially on the food and nature.
No, on the COP issue, I don't know whether I'm very well placed to say something fundamental about that. I have, first of all, great respect for people that are coming together in the COP and are trying to change the order-making systems that have governed our planet. I think it's fundamental to do that. But I would like to answer this question from here. In the call of Hashim, there was how are we living together? And for me, there is also a question like what is coming together in this Biennale, which made me think about logics of assembly. Because I think that it's really important to, I want to make a comment on like what is different from the logics of assembly here than in the COP. It's going around the Biennale, you've all done it, it's incredibly confusing. It's many things that come together, many ideas, and it made me mainly think about how we speak and show things when we're raising things as architects. Some of it which I found incredibly problematic, but at the same time what I found most encouraging is the obvious presence of transdisciplinarity in the Biennale, of a profession that is really shaping up to try to work in the world rather than on the world. I am encouraged also by seeing also the involvement of students in this, because I think that maybe the biggest effect of a Biennale like this might be the incredible learning that is actually on display here of people that have been engaging in all kinds of situations. And that sets me to think about what comes together in the COP, and honestly, I don't know. I haven't been in these events, but one of the things that really puzzle me, or that really intrigue me also in terms of systems of governance, is how we can really link up our governance systems to the forces that move change, to social movements, first of all. I don't think that innovation ever comes from the government. I think in the best case, the government regulates and channels some of these innovations, and I tend to see in many contexts governments that fail to connect actually to the social movements that are already working on change in the world. So I'm looking for where is the social forum and the COP in some way going to the World Social Forum and the COP coming together. And then the question on the city, I'll be very short. I mean, the thing that makes me most hopeful in that respect is everything that is happening around new municipalism, or radical municipalism, because there I really do see the coming together of new governance systems and people acting in the world with social movements.
So not necessarily disobedience, but certainly a sort of a new radicality that should be woven around movements, ideas, and matter, I suppose, and energy. Anybody would like to respond to this idea that finally the city is a new weaving of energy, matter, and the human and the living beings that are together. We're talking about life being not only humans, in fact. So is it possible to manage a new weaving through urbanism, which has always been a sort of weaving together of different systems, a system weaving, would it be possible today to imagine a different approach, a radical approach, and as you say, a complex approach without being brutal or without being too brutal on how, because finally, you may remember the Roman customs about digging in the earth to make the city that we know about the idea of a town. It still is brutal to make a city. It has always been.
Yeah.
We cannot take it out of our minds. A city is another way to cultivate the earth, but still is brutal.
Yeah, yeah.
How would you?
You know, I find myself often saying nowadays, we have built all the cities we need. But that's, of course, only a very partial moment. We don't know what comes next. But it is also the case that the way we are building becomes increasingly an issue. In other words, those cities that allow themselves to expand, the prosperous classes, the rich, they're fine, they occupy the center. But the workers who have to travel for 2 hours to get to their job, they always are tired, they never, et cetera, that is what I find unacceptable. And I cannot believe that in our, certainly in advanced rich countries, that we haven't found a way of reducing the burden on people. And one way of doing that is to have many more cities, but smaller cities, not allowing the endless, Sao Paulos, the endless New York City. And that to me is something that we could address. And we're simply, it's just, when I mention that at a dinner party, at a lecture, because I mention it a lot, people look to me sort of saying, but we did the cities. Yeah, right, we did the cities. That doesn't mean that we can't do them better. Why should we have cities that expand, and these people who have to travel 2 hours, et cetera, So I am now totally entertained by myself at dinner parties, and I entertain a few who are at the parties as well, saying that we have to build new cities, and they really all the time look at me like I'm crazy.
Thank you, Saskia. Arturo.
Panos, maybe
Yes.
we can conclude.
Sorry, Paula, Valentin tells me we have until 17:20. We have still 10 minutes. According to the,
I don't know. I knew that we had to conclude
so,
at 5. So
yes, no, we are. While you were, people are talking, I did some politics and negotiated extra time, so we can give Arturo one more minute and Matisse, and so we can end up. And so then I give you the floor for the final statement. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Panos. No, it's clearly needed. More time is needed, and on the scene, you have the impression that time is shorter. So let's say like that. No, I think that this initial debate and with your statements is very rich, and we can imagine together also with Panos to have a next moment of a conversation together. So maybe just a few words about why this is part of the next Bernardo Secchi Day, because in his last text on urbanism and its tradition, Bernardo Secchi reframed the Foucault hypothesis of biopolitics, extending this hypothesis to modern urbanism. In his words, the entire European architectural, but even more than European, architectural and planning tradition is part of a vaster biopolitical action. Both modern architecture and urbanism were engaged in sustaining, protecting, educating, and emancipating a population, and have been defined in relation to such a commitment. This is very important. They have been defined in relation to that commitment, developing a deep and consistent reflection on space and life. So the four statements and the debate here, I think I have provided a first forward drive to explore what could be the output of placing the actual reconsideration of life and space power relations at the center of the design activity, where, as some of you were saying, life is at the center, is life in common or life as a common. So we would like to prolong this debate next year. In February 2022, the call for paper for the 6th Bernardo Secchi Study Day will be launched, and the symposium organized in the fall 2022. And we sincerely hope that this will be the occasion to develop a deeper conversation with our guests, which I hope to see there, and also to enrich this conversation with all the contributions that we like to join. So thanking again Ashim for this possibility to bring these questions on the scene, and inviting you to visit the Biopolitical Garden that is an attempt of architects and urbanists to tackle these triads, life, space, and politics, starting from concrete experience or from research experience, where you work with a specific context, with people, with a specific nature, with specific conditions, and using those very concrete moments of reflection to think about a possible future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you again.
Bye.
Thanks to everybody. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Saskia, Matis, and Arturo. And
Thank you, Panos.
talk to you soon. Bye.
Thanks.
I think we're ready to start. Good evening. Welcome to the last panel of today. The last panel's title is The Technologies of Sustainability. But let me clarify a bit, not so much about sustainability. I hope our panelists will do more of that, but the word technology as it appears here. It does appear in the plural, and it does appear not simply as this kind of original definition of bringing science and advances in science to improve on the interface between humans and their environment, but perhaps at other levels that I think are important. And the confluence of these different definitions are very important here as well. The French sociologist, nepologist, Augustin Beck, has talked about the idea of ecology as having emerged almost around the same time as another term, which is mesology. The notion of studying media, the notion of studying the way that human beings can adapt and improve their relationship with their environment. So the study of media, the study of ecology, and the study of technology importantly converge when it is about that space in between that we define between ourselves and our environment. And much of what architecture is about that space. And I think it is important, especially in times of crisis, as Peter Anker has highlighted, that these different fields converge, that we do create a larger interdisciplinary process by which design, media, technology, and ecology all converge. And it is through the role that the architect has in shaping and working their way through this convergence that I think this panel is shaped today. And I am going to ask the panelists to speak in the order of the list. Marilyn first, Angelo second, Loretta third, and Mark last. And so accordingly, let me introduce our panelists. I failed to say one thing. I do want to acknowledge the Holcim Foundation for having contributed fully to this panel. Firstly, reducing our carbon footprint by having all the members here having been part of the event yesterday, and also for the participation and partnership with Eddie in shaping this panel as well. So thank you, Holcim Foundation. Marilyn Anderson is full professor of sustainable construction technologies and heads the Laboratory of Integrated Performance and Design at the EPFL, where she was Dean of the School of Architecture from 2013 to 2018. Her research lies at the interface between science, engineering, and architectural design, with a dedicated emphasis on the impact of daylight on building occupants. She is leveraging this research and practice through Oculite Dynamics, a startup company she co-founded, which offers specialized consulting services on daylight performance and its psychophysiological effects on buildings. She's author of more than 200 papers in peer-reviewed journals and conferences, and the recipient of several awards. And she's a member of the board of Lafarge Foundation, Lafarge Holcim Foundation for Sustainable Construction, and the head of its academic committee and the editorial board of the journal Building and Environment by Elsevier. I do Angelo first. I promised in order of appearance. Angelo Bucci, SPBR Architects, is an architect and educator. He is the founder and principal in charge of SPBR, established in 2003 in Sao Paulo. Angelo has been a professor at FAUSP since 2001 and is currently a visiting professor at MIT. For over 25 years, he has split his time between professional and academic duties. These parallel activities define a special approach to this project. Professional demands are opportunities to research new possibilities. Loretta Castro Riguera studied architecture at the School of Architecture of UNAM in Mexico, and then has a master in architecture from Indrizio Academy of Architecture and a master in urban design with distinction from the Harvard Graduate School of Design. She's been awarded with several scholarships and prizes for both her trajectory and her independent work, such as the Fonca Young Creators Program in Mexico, a Fulbright Scholarship, and the CEMEX Marcello Zambrano Scholarship. As a result of focusing her research on water and design, she received the 2010 Drucker Traveling Fellowship and later the Global Gold Prize and Latin America Gold Prize for the 5th edition of the Lafarge Holcim Awards for La Quebradora, where she was a design director and general coordinator. In 2010, she founded Taller Capital with Jose Pablo Ambrosi, Their work focuses on designing the city through densification and infrastructural public spaces. They have received several national recognitions and prizes for their work, and Loretta now teaches thesis design seminar at UNAM, and she has been invited as guest professor and speaker in several institutions in America and Europe. Last but not least, Marc Angelil is a practicing architect at HGPS Architecture with ateliers in Los Angeles and Zurich. He holds the 2021 Kenzo Tange Visiting Professorship at Harvard and is Professor Emeritus at the ETH in Zurich, conducting research on socio-spatial developments of metropolitan regions worldwide. His most recent publication, Mirroring Effects, Tales of Territory, was written in collaboration with Carrie Sires. Thank you all. Marilyn, your turn.
Thank you very much, Hashim, and thank you for inviting us to share our different perspectives and views on technologies of sustainability. So if we think about technological solutions to sustainability, we can start by thinking about what we have at our disposal, and then about what we need in order to then think what we can do with it. So what we have with the perspective of a building physicist, which is what I am, I would say we have the climate, the sunshine, the weather, the changes in temperature. We have, of course, many other resources that are both renewable or non-renewable, but I will focus on those mostly. And then when we think about what we need, well, this is really us as human beings. What do we need as human beings in the built environment? And strangely enough, in the field of research, a lot of attention has been placed when it comes to sustainability to looking deeply into how much energy we use, what kind of energy we use, how can we predict it, how can we anticipate it, but actually, why do we use energy in the first place? For ourselves, for our comfort, and what we need to do in buildings. And strangely little research in building science, I mean, has been truly dedicated to the needs that we have in buildings, our physiological needs, our comfort needs. This is in fact the research area that I'm focusing on, with a real focus indeed, as Hashim was saying, on aspects related directly or indirectly to daylight. So this comes from comfort, glare occurrences, visual comfort and thermal comfort, but also perceptual aspects. What do we like in buildings? The connection to the outside, the views. What is behind these mechanisms of preferences? Also, how does light impact us in terms of physiology, in terms of our health? 20 years ago, we discovered, neuroscientists discovered that a photoreceptor in the back of our eye was responsible for synchronizing our biological rhythms and our circadian clock. And this is actually a fundamental discovery because it means that our relationship to light is fundamentally important to our well-being, notably in cities where we tend to be very much light deprived. Today, we spend 90% of our time indoors, whereas we evolved primarily outdoors, and this means we have a lack of exposure to light that actually has influences on our sleep, our immune system, our mood, our alertness, our productivity. So these are real questions that we have to ask when we think about the built environment and its sustainability in the broad sense. So when I talk about these needs or how they should be translated in how we should design the built environment, I would say there are some that are kind of permanent to some extent, like gravity. There is gravity in buildings and we just have to cope with it. There is physiology. Of course, it does evolve, but very, very, very slowly. So on the lifetime of a building, it doesn't. And then there are other aspects that are much less permanent, like our expectations about comfort or our expectations about what a building should do. And this, we should carefully distinguish them from one another. Also, when we think about, again, this connection back to what we have, which actually also changes. So both our expectations do vary over time. We don't have the same today. When what we think is normal in a building is very different from what we thought was normal 50 years ago, or even 20 years ago, or even more so 100 or 200 years ago. And this means that the expectations have varied quite a lot, and yet physiology and gravity have not. So I think it's important to account for the fact that the climate, which we thought was also stable, isn't anymore. So we have to both think about the impermanence of climate and the impermanence of expectations, while keeping into account what does remain something that we can count on in the way we design buildings. So when we try to think about one of the many aspects in terms of how a building can respond to these needs, I would say one of them is the resilience. So to have buildings that are able to cope with the fact that the exterior environment, the climate notably, changes. The sun course doesn't, but cloud cover does, temperatures do. We will see a lot of changes, unfortunately, in the next 10, 15, 20 years and even more later on. So resilience. The other aspect is that they usually outlive the occupants. And therefore, there should be, we should keep in mind this expectation variability, and therefore the fact that buildings which outlive occupants should have an adaptability that is also resilient compared to this change of use, change of expectations. So there we can think about buildings that can adapt in terms of their use and therefore are maybe simple, sober, rather than overly specific. The third point is also that these buildings should kind of change in use, and therefore also be able to be reused, maybe differently. So sometimes we cannot just keep the same structure. The structure is probably the most permanent aspect of these buildings, and then we get to lower and lower levels until we have, let's say, appliances, which for me are typically at the same level as these changing expectations. So how can we build in a way that if a building has to change, it changes without losing its quality? It can be reused, disassembled, reassembled, so that the life cycle that we think about when we think about a building is truly a virtuous cycle and a cycle that does not degrade at every step. So this, again, for me is part of the resilience. And maybe to close, especially today, when operative energy will be less and less the main aspect of the footprint that our buildings have, but the embodied energy, gray energy, the carbon content that it carries with it becomes relatively more and more important. I think it's even more critical to start thinking about this lifetime and how we can really harmonize the lifetime of expectations with the lifetime of buildings and how we use them. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Hashim, for the invitation, the presentation. Thank to my colleagues in here and to you all. I will comment a work that we are showing here at the Biennale, as a way to express my gratitude, because like 4 years ago, Hashim Sarks asked me to write an article for a book, and I had to face one thing that to me was very challenging, because the proposal was to conceive a project that had the scale of the world, and it was challenging because I had to face my own beliefs. And I tend to consider that nowadays the question for us, and maybe shaped a little bit by this kind of question, that we have to prevent to use more than we need, or that the question about architecture is not to face or to fight to be able to do the biggest work, but to make those that are very small, almost no meaningful, to make something that is interesting. And so to think about this scale was very challenging. And, but I trust very much in this guy, so I would like to reply. And then I start to consider, one thing that to me is interesting, the history of how we light our cities, and how crazy is it? When we look those images, made by the satellite during the night, and you see the whole planet completely light at the night. But this is electrical lights, and we think about a light bulb that is placed in the socket with our hands, each one of them. And there is one thing that came to my mind. One is the history of this kind of light. This is in the city of Austin, but it was like a very spread system in the end of the 19th century. Actually, Austin bought this light from Chicago, so it's a second-hand public lighting, and this is used to be a system that is archivoltaic, but what is beautiful to me is how far is one source from the other, but also the name. They call these, until nowadays, that were preserved as a heritage there in Austin, and they call as the moonlight. And this word is just a word, but remind us that the moonlight is a satellite. And there is this game of words that is also beautiful, satellite and light. And I used to look very much to this this moment in the architecture, the Soviet architecture in the 20s, and Kolmikov is this idea about a city that would be almost a satellite as well. And I just start to consider, how much we could save in energy terms, but also in trash, in thousands of kilometers of wires and posts and lamps and so on, if one day we can be able to imagine that we are going to light our cities by using satellites. And this to me is nice, so I can say I'm not so much afraid to be misunderstood as someone that wants to colonize other systems, other planets, because I'm using this idea of the space to be here, to keeping ourselves in here, and not to leave. But what is, and maybe one thing that I could address though is, we could allow ourselves to imagine, and sometimes we can consider that imagination is something that could be sustainable. Imagination doesn't mean too much, because it depends what kind of image we are going to put in action to imagine, and which kind of future we have in mind to imagine and to propose. And we've allowed ourselves to imagine, as in this case, and what is nice during this path of the imagination process is what it shows to us. And in this case, there is one thing that I like to design in AutoCAD, so I start to design the circumference of the Earth and the distance of the sun and so on, and how to place this as a satellite. But what is amazing is when we realize how thick is the layer of human life in the planet. And so this is what I end up doing as a model for the exhibition, and what is showed in this circle. that to me is amazing. Mark Angelou published, before the book by Hashim, and you publish a circle. To me, it's a little bit embarrassing because you publish a circle and you said designed by Angelo Bucci. So, but it is a circle. And, but it is beautiful, when we imagine that this circle is big enough that it is not possible to realize that it is a circle is if you are able to read the thickness. And when you start to be able to read the thickness, you can't realize that it is a circle. So, and this is what I was like very, and then, there is this drawing that's a little bit more like it's just the progression of this same thinking, but everything was placed in an orbit, and we call this Clark orbit because it's the orbit for the stationary satellites. And then if we imprint, or if you project into this orbit all the geometry that you use in the Earth itself, I mean the tropics and everything, so this is what it is placed in there. But this gave me a lot of, to design it was very, something great, and so this is a picture of you showing this, that to me is very special as well, and here the exhibition. So it's interesting because we end up deciding to build a piece to be exposed. That was the second very big challenge, how to expose in an architectural exhibition an article. But we built this piece, and the piece is just to make us realize or to remember us how thick, how thin, how delicate is the layer in which life is possible. And also, one thing that is beautiful, if we imagine this idea of design or project, that since the beginning, since the first stone that we placed on the ground, we were always like without having any idea following a project that it is to build a perfect circle as something that summarizes all architecture that we have built in the planet. So then there is maybe one more image. I like very much this image. I believe this is not exactly allowed, but it's very nice. And this one, that is the last one. I mean, I would like to see, this guy that play with, in this way, how much he can imagine, about architecture and the world in the future. So this is what I'd like to share, like to start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to thank, first of all, Hashim for inviting me to this panel, I'm truly honored to be sharing with these fantastic architects, and also the Holcim Foundation for sponsoring it. And I'm gonna talk more about practical stuff. And when the question of the technology of sustainability was risen, and when I was invited to this panel, I really didn't understood my work as probably using a technology, because we always think about high tech, but obviously there's technology in every piece of architecture, and actually we were happy to revise a bit what we've been doing lately, and I'm gonna share with you this project we started in 2019 in a very particular condition, because we were invited by the university, actually, as a studio, to work for a government project together with other different studios, each one working for a different project, quite large projects. But we had this particularity of having to deliver construction documents in 3 months. And the conditions of the place where we were going to work were not the easiest ones. I want to show this image of our team because most of the work is done because these people are all the time there accompanying us and really looking forward to make things happen. So this project is in Tijuana. It's in the border between Mexico and the United States. And it's located in one of the ravines where most of the immigrants that want to cross to the United States finish staying because they are never able to cross. So the kind of housing that these people live in is sort of an impermanent house, but in the end it becomes permanent because they finally stay in Tijuana. So we were having to address a project about making or rebuilding streets in the side of a stream. And we first thought, before visiting the site, that we were going to have to deal with something as the image you're looking at right now. It was 2 hectares, and we thought probably it's going to be a linear park, and we will have to maybe clean the water that goes through, and yeah, something like that. We got a good Google image, we made a section, and this was like day 1, and then we visited the site, which is this one, and what we found out was that the stream bed was actually inexistent, and instead it was completely filled with debris, because the people that were living there were offered the stream bed as their public space, and they figured out they couldn't use it, so they started filling it up along the years, and it ended up being not a stream bed, but instead a debris dump. And here are some images of the condition in which we found the place. 2 streets made out of dirt, and then in the center, this ex-stream bed completely filled. So we figured out that it was impossible to clean the entire stream bed, and not only impossible, but extremely costly, and that most of the content of that filling was actually debris from buildings that were demolished around. So what we thought was that, okay, if we are not going to be able to take out all this amount of debris, because we also had a very short budget of $250,000, which is really few for these 2 hectares, we thought then that probably we should work on something, and my slide is taking a bit long, but let's see if... let's see, because I don't want to skip 3, but no. Yeah, it happened before, but well, they will come. But yeah, there it is. So this is the debris-filled stream. And then looking at it on the eye level, they actually had a football, like informal football field on that place. So what we decided was to follow the way the people were already understanding this site, and instead of removing it, starting to platform the debris as a main strategy and using the stream bed as a public space. That was the way they were using it, and also adding an important thing that was making it a place for people to cross. The second thing we had there to work with was, how do we make this happen? We have very short money. So we figured out, or we understood, that Tijuana is one of the places that has the largest amount of used tires. Actually, Mexico buys used tires from the United States, and they buy 2 million tires every year, but half of them are just dumped. So these people living in these places use tires as a construction system to retain walls or to retain the land in these very steep sites. So from there we thought, okay, they already use it, let's use the tires to hold these platforms, these debris platforms, and make out of it a system that can be replicated all along the stream. So the entire strategy for the park was platforming debris, holding it with tires, and using the tires as the space for making greenery grow. Because obviously the land underlying was not good, it was only debris. So we tried to use the tires, fill them with better land, and use it as a way to grow greenery. And also favoring this thing about how we cross and how this project then became a catalyst for communicating these two areas of the borough that were entirely separated. They were sites of crime. Water used to flow instead of along the stream bed through the streets. So what we did then was to build a canal that you can see here parallel to the park, and then connect the entire park through these ramps that followed the topography and connected the two different quotas in two sides of the park. So this is how the construction started, with all these walls, and we thought it was going to be quite easy because they were already experts, but when you put some geometry into it, it doesn't seem that fast. But in the end, these guys really became masters of the tire wall system. And what we had at the beginning with a very slow budget to build these three platforms with earth and the tires was reason because the community really adopted the site and liked it very much, and they doubled the budget and took it as another project for the next year of that government, and they made the entire master plan that we had originally proposed, which is today like this. It was inaugurated just some months ago, adding more program, particularly spaces for children and for adults, still with some trees that are growing, but that we hope will be growing soon. And obviously with spaces for these kids to stay, for them to cross, which was really important, for women to move around, and with safety during the night. So that's what I wanted to show, and thank you.
My first slide, it's white. Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much, Hashim, for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you also for this fantastic exhibition, How We Will Live Together for the Biennale. It's really inspiring and inspired. So, my presentation on the subject matter, I will show you one image, 2 quotes, and 5 propositions. And we'll try to be short. So the first image is for Hashim, who published a magnificent book called The World as an Architectural Project in 2020 during the pandemic. I read it, and it's really a fantastic book. And so on the same subject matter, and I think that this image would fit your book, and also on the subject matter of our discussion today on the sustainabilities, on the technologies of sustainability. Here an illustration by John Berkeley from the May 2011 cover of The Economist entitled Welcome to the Anthropocene. So, whether called Anthropocene, Urbicene, Capitalocene, or Technocene, we have fundamentally altered the face of our planet, shown here as a technical contraption, somewhere in the process of being put together and taken apart, with its substructure partially exposed and jet streams escaping from its interior. A form of geoengineering or geoarchitecture operating at the global scale. So needless to say, this contraption is absolutely unsustainable. And any effort undertaken to fix the situation, some argue, more and more and more technology is needed, okay? A kind of techno-fix, so to speak, to mitigate the negative effects of our actions on our world climate. So this was the image. Now to the first quote by Rainer Benham, an architectural historian who was also a mechanical engineer. Very few people know that. He wrote a short essay entitled "A Home is Not a House" in 1965, an essay, by the way, inspired by Buckminster Fuller's statement that the environment will be completely controlled and that the very concept of the house will be eliminated. So Benham's essay starts with a laundry list depicting the building as a machine à habiter in the Corbusian sense, albeit minus the house. So he writes, when your house contains such a complex of piping, flues, ducts, wires, lights, inlets, outlets, ovens, sinks, refuse disposers, hi-fi reverberators, antenna, conduits, freezers, heaters, when it contains so many services that the hardware, the technology, could stand up by itself without any assistance from the house, why have a house to hold it up? So this image, this illustration, is accompanied by a drawing by the French-Canadian illustrator and artist François Dallegré, showing the mechanical systems that comprise the house that is not the home that is not a house, while nonetheless creating a fit environment for human activities. So this theme would later be picked up by Benham in his book, The Architecture of the Well-Tempered Environment, published in 1969, though without reference to neither his earlier essay nor to Dallegré's image. Benham and Dallegré, in short, revered, even fetishized, anything technological as an emblem of progress, in what Benham called our machine age, whether first, second, or third. So this takes me to the second quote by Alvaro Siza, very similar quote to the one that we saw, entitled "Living a House" and written in 1994, so about 30 years after Benham's quote, in which he depicts, again, like Benham, the house as a machine. And this is quite surprising to hear that from Siza. Yet this time a machine made of parts that break down and that need to be repaired. So he writes, "The idea I have of a house is that of a complicated machine in which something breaks down every day." And then starts the laundry list. A lamp, a faucet, a drain, a lock, a hinge, a socket, and then the heater, the stove, the refrigerator, the television, or the video player, and after that, the washing machine, the fuses, the curtain springs, or the security bolts of the doors. He proceeds then by stating that living in the house brings with it the added measures of cleaning up and fixing some parts of the constructed realm we inhabit in order to truly live the house. So Caesar asks, are we not now in constant repair mode on every matter that we face? So this text is illustrated by two sketches that Caesar made while visiting Le Corbusier's La Petite Maison on Lake Geneva, a house built in the 1920s, which has since been repeatedly transformed, upgraded, restored, and even outfitted with a new facade and an addition on the roof. So this is a must for all architecture students. They have to, at least in Switzerland, they have to visit this house. Caesar's reflection could be read as a parable on stewardship, one that is timely in that it bears particularly on our relationship to the built and natural environment today. As a matter of fact, what appears to be a bucolic setting with the Alps in the background and Lake Geneva in the foreground is nothing other than a machine à habiter in its own right, simply at another scale. Today, the Alps are replete with military installations, transportation networks, tourist resorts, and infrastructure for the generation of power. Multiple water treatment plants ensure that the lake water is clean. Those are gigantic machines, which in turn is increasingly used, so the lake is increasingly used as a thermal storage via thousands of heat pumps. And behind us, not to be seen in the sketch on the left by Caesar, the logistics arteries of one of Switzerland's largest metropolitan regions, a well-tuned machinery operating with clockwork precision, though not really sustainable. So extrapolating from CISA's essay, one might suggest that buildings, such as La Petite Maison, are embedded within machinic urban landscapes, or what could be called man-machine environments, literally plugged into broader apparatuses, as illustrated here in David Green's log plug from 1969, which represents a machine environment for living in. CISA's call for living a house, or by extension for living an environment, underscores the profound care required to sustain any habitat while stressing the custodial obligations that come with any architecture of habitation, from the house as machine in the garden to the garden as machine. So let me conclude with 5 propositions. 1, in tech we trust. Simply don't. 2, as a matter of principle, technology will always fail. This is a given principle of technology. 3, don't underestimate its hidden costs or externalities, i.e. its short lifespan, its embodied energy, the operational resources required to make the machine work, etc. 4, use as little technology as possible, and when obsolete, do not discard, instead repair, reuse, and transform. And lastly, consider the socio-technical, ecological ramifications and underlying power dispositives or power regimes underlying those contraptions. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, it's going to be tough. In the 4 presentations we heard, there is obviously a very beautiful, almost poetic use of the notion of technology, both a readaptation of it, but also a doubt of it. However, in describing it in relationship to our inhabitation of the Earth, something very strongly came out, which is the notion of gravity and how technology helps us in defying that gravity. You introduced the term gravity. You made us float. You worked in the section of that Earth that he exposed to navigate through it. And then, Mark, you actually introduced it as both the presence of mass and its absence at the same time, through technology revealing itself and replacing the mass of the house. In Angelo's work, there's also, at the urban and territorial scale, there's the notion that what we do in architecture is try to both work through the thickness in order to create a notion of horizontality, and also this notion of elevation to create a verticality, our ability to work against that thickness in these 2 dimensions. I'm wondering if we can, at one level, reduce at least certain aspects of architecture's relation to technology to those forms of needs to defy, to work across, to dig tunnels, to create ramps through the landscape, to float, and therefore how to create enclosures, as you said, without reducing the daylight, that kind of immateriality that you're introducing. And yet, if I can come back and weave across the 4 presentations, the notion of enclosure also becomes a problem. Like, how do we create containment? When we do that, we need to replicate at every level the larger environment and simulate it again at a smaller scale. So are we, in relying on technology, trying to, at a micro scale or at the architectural scale, try to replicate the natural systems that we are working against? And therefore, is there another approach or another form of technology that is not working against, but working with? And that's what I want to suggest, to ask you to imagine through your presentations, whether the technology with will become a technology do rather than a technology don't.
Well, shall I jump in? Yeah. Well, this is the argument of all the engineers that has found a new raison d'être through technology vis-à-vis their own disciplines. And they say, we will contribute a technology for architecture that is also another form of technology that will be benign, okay? That will, as a matter of fact, fix the situation. I mean, this is a very interesting argument, okay? And many at COP26 argued for that. Okay? If you listen to those speeches, you know, they always end up that technology will, you know, bring salvation. And yes, probably we will need it. I mean, the Lake Geneva, it's beautiful to have Lake Geneva, and it has been fixed by these amazing machines that been, I mean, over 11 machines, gigantic apparatuses that have been built around Lake Geneva to make sure that it is clean. Okay? So is this benign or not? And they are in fantastic buildings because we are in Switzerland, and you know there are competitions for these buildings. They are beautiful buildings, but ultimately those machines are not sustainable. So this is extremely interesting. But to take it a step further, I think we need to understand architecture as a form of technology. It's maybe a slow form of technology, and it has always been that, and it has always addressed the environments that we inhabit, and always try to make, you know, other types of environments that are fit for human habitation. Okay? I mean, here it's warm now, but outside it's cold. Okay? And so this is this enclosure, and there are all these machines that require to do so. And we can use technology in such a way that, you know, will use less CO2, will try to mitigate negative effects of climate change, but nonetheless, they will break down, okay? And that's unbelievably interesting. So when I argued before in the discussion that, let's say, slow technology architecture should be simple, it doesn't mean simplistic, okay? It means it has to address all the complexities of life, but do it with as little technology as possible.
Maybe without disagreeing, I think we also have to go back to what we mean maybe by technology. So if by technology, when we talk about the built environment, we mean gadgets, robotics, domotics, stuff that need power to do something we might not even need, I agree, we shouldn't. But technology can also be taken as scientific-based progress, evidence, and a way to account for what we know, to try to embed this in where we live. And so I think we could also consider technology as helping in a decision-making process. In a design process, what is most destructive is to make some decisions being ill-informed and then fixing with technology in the bad sense, technology that fixes decisions that could have been made better earlier on. However, if those decisions are made well since the beginning, and I think this comes hand in hand with a dialogue between the different decision makers, and a dialogue in particular between designers and engineers. They all have knowledge to share, they all have knowledge to bring, but the timing of that knowledge is critical to make it a success. For me, a really sustainable building is one where we cannot differentiate what is related to design and what is related to the performance of the building or its technology, but in this case, as an engineering response to just an object that works with the occupants. So I think by misusing the word technology and assuming this is something that relates to machinery, apparatus, appliances that are very impermanent in how useful they are and what they do for us, I think this is maybe a limitation in that term, and if we expand it to helping us make informed decisions early on in collaboration between the different owners of knowledge to have an object, in the end a built object, that actually can respond to climate and can respond to the occupants' needs and have a low embodied carbon just through the right decision process where technology is great. Artificial intelligence can help us, mechanics can help us, this technology can help us. It's as long as it's not used as a gadget to fix.
Yeah, on that sense, and I have to agree and not. I mean, I think it's really important when you have to take a decision to consider the most voices possible. And for us, in talking about this project, it was very clear because we had such a short time that we needed to ask all the different specialists to respond really quickly to the problem we had in front of us, which was how to conduct water and how to hold the land. And we had engineers and we had geologists and architects and even biologists. And the response was really quick, and also it was at hand. So we used what was there in that moment. And talking about technology, but also reflecting a bit upon the last two tables that were here, I figure out, for example, this sort of tire wall that can hold plants and can grow vegetation. It can also become an agricultural system at hand for people that live out there. And it doesn't necessarily imply very sophisticated and developed systems, which can also be applied in probably in other cases and taking longer. But what I think is really important to address now is the urgency to react in the most intelligent way and in a fast way, because I listened to what's being developed in Brooklyn and in New York, and it's fantastic, but it's very hard for me to understand how you can apply it quickly to what's happening really pressingly in the other areas of the world. And it actually seems completely detached from the reality that most of humanity lives on a daily basis. And that means more than 80% of the urban population, which is quite a lot. So how do we use that technology to quickly respond to these broken parts of the urban fabric mainly, which is where most of the people live? And for me, that's the real question. How does architecture and how does technology, in a fast way, address those conditions?
I'm happy with all these answers. I think that it is. But I could add one thing that to me is helpful somehow, to remember that all these technologies, in the broad sense that you both addressed, I think that they belong to a world that is in the word that define our activity. That is that half of the word that is texture. So that address all the, like the nature science. And this is, it is part of this half of the word of our activity. And the second half comes first. And it addressed to the human science knowledge. And to me, it's very, makes sense to consider that there is this first half that guides us in the selection that we are going to use. So I believe that the technology in terms of our power to build things is much more dangerous than our criteria to how we are going to use. And I think that is much more dangerous in the way that when we think about to preserve the world, this kind of power than the criteria. So one part is much more dangerous, maybe I could say the satisfaction that we have with this capacity, than all the anguish that we have to deal with the first part. So, and this is what is disturbing to me when we think about the limitation of the resource in the environmental issues, is that we try to do everything but keeping our very high standard of consumption. So we have to agree about to be less, in this. And I can, sometimes I could assume that we are in a very special moment for our activity nowadays, because maybe finally we are able to learn with those that never had enough resource to live. To look to them free from the prejudice and to learn from their solutions to make life possible. But I think that we have to live together, as otherwise.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on Angelo's observation, because I think he's to the point. I mean, to go back to the origins of the term technologia, okay, where you say it's a binomial expression formed by the terms techne and logos, and we would agree, okay, here on the logos, but it is the more dangerous part, because there are other people that do not agree on the same logos and might deploy it in the sense of Saskia Sassen in a vicious, aggressive way. Okay? And then, if we agree on, let's say we agree, and in COP26 they agreed. Okay? I mean, they had to agree because that's the rule of the game. Okay? There has to be consensus at the end, and that's why they couldn't be finished on Friday. They needed one more day. And so they agreed on some kind of logos, or you called it a social contract. And then there is the techne part, and I think this is where we come in as designers, as architects, and you had to speed, you had to go very fast, okay, to do it. You had to do it on the run and establish the bridge between the logos and the techne. Okay? I think this is beautiful for us, and by doing so, we begin to engage into a socio-spatial contract. Okay? That's really beautiful. And that's why our discipline is so optimistic.
I like that. I hope it's being recorded. I failed to take notes. I do want to come back to the conditions of being human that were raised earlier, to weave a second question, starting with Zurich, ending with Sao Paulo by way of Mexico. But I do want to start by maybe extracting from the previous discussion that we are, as humans, condemned to thinking of better futures. And we have sometimes confounded or mistaken that mission with a reliance on technology to get us there, singularly. We know better now, but we don't know what the alternatives are yet. However, in your comments earlier, you brought up the term resilience. And we have come to accept that the kind of interchangeability between the notion of sustainability and the notion of resilience. And Mark also brought up an understanding of technology as being a kind of overdetermination of space, that technology helps us determine space in a very overdetermined way. And you were pushing for an underdetermined definition of technology. And I think Loretta proved that we can work with an underdetermined technology to get there. I had the luck of going on a tour of the projects of Paulo Mendes da Rocha with Angelo, and ending up at the end of the tour at his studio where he was there. And in that discussion, after the tour, I was just reflecting on the notion that, on the experience I had of visiting his projects, where there was something about the simplicity of their form and the way that they managed to create a space between the form and the occupancy that happened in there. Somehow architecture left a breathing space between the building and life, and both felt much better. Both felt more relaxed in relationship to each other, rather than a kind of tailor-made, tight relationship which all of the programmatic thinking that we've been endorsing in architecture over the past 20 years has restricted us to, that architecture has to be servile to program, confined and defined and expressive of program in many ways. And when we posited that to Paulo Mendes da Rocha, he defined architecture at that moment, but apparently he had done it before, as being the art of drawing the unpredictabilities of life. Now, coming back to this notion of future, that's a very different conception of future than the overdetermined future that we have. And so I ask you all, how can we be responsible towards the future? Because I think we are, again, condemned to imagining the future, otherwise we're not human. When this future is unforeseeable, and where our projection of this future, and the unforeseeability includes technology, or therefore it's, how do you call it, defunct role by the time it's almost finished. How do we imagine this future which is open to the possibilities of other futures by future generations, which again is part of the definition of sustainability? And therefore, how can architecture anticipate all of that from where it is? Should I repeat the question or it's clear? Okay. Mark.
I want to give an example. I think it's an extremely interesting question. If you look at the School of Architecture by Lacaton-Vassal, okay, where they managed with less budget to create more space. Okay? Very simple, it's basically a park garage construction. So they used, the most banal given systems that you can find in France to do a domino frame, extended domino frame that would have sufficient reserve that could adapt to future uses. And then if you discuss with them the technical systems that they applied, okay, always at the minimum, in order to get this surplus space. So they manage with this idea of using minimum technology to create an architecture that has a maximal potential for the future. We call it, it's a certain plasticity of the space that fits also very well with Mendes' definition of architecture. So I think they managed that, and I'm glad they got the Pritzker Prize. This is deserved.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent example, I think, and also reinforced by yesterday's gold prize, where there is nothing new, nothing constructed, it's just put together from what there is. And there, I would like to think and to go deeper into where architecture is really needed. And I think that's an important question to raise, because probably in the school, or at least during the last 2 decades, it was always, what will you be building, and how will you be building, and how will you be creating space? And I think it's more, where do you need to build in order to be really effective and not only a luxurious item? So probably if we choose the right places to build, and I think there are quite many, going back again to these broken areas of the urban fabric, which are more than 80%, there's a need, a real need for architects to build. And from there we can depart and start thinking, okay, how do we build there then? No, but I would start by placing the question, where do we want to build and how do we want to impact? So it's a bit redefining the architecture for the 21st century, maybe forgetting a bit the object, the architecture as an object, and more architecture as a cohesive element to restore urban life.
Yeah, I think combining what Mark and Loretta said, both go into the same direction of architecture at the service of a greater good for the people, with the example of Lacaton-Vassal's way of intervening, respecting the life of people, the lifestyle, and also not trying to avoid disruption and at any cost, and not increase cost while increasing this quality of life. And then also looking at architecture as a place or as an offer to make the environment a better one, and only intervene when needed. And indeed, as you were mentioning the gold prize yesterday, when it's better to reuse what others are ready to dispose, let's do that. So this virtuous circle to try to make sure we intervene when we need and how we need, and we try to respect as much as possible the reason we build, which is for people. I think this altogether forms the right triangulation, so to speak, of how architecture should evolve to contribute to the betterment of our environment taken in a big sense.
I also remember that during that trip, when you met Paulo Mendes da Rocha, you said that one thing that to you was really important is like that you could feel that he knew when to stop. You know, it was like stop designing, and that like if a building, like in this example, of La Catão Vassal, could be a kind of infrastructure for the activities in the building, not go up to the. But I think that we could like try to extend this notion, much more than to design, but we have to know how to stop in a very broad sense. And you know that last semester I did a studio at the School of Architecture at MIT and on Amazonia. And well, we had, it was amazing because we could bring like people from there, archaeologists. It was really outstanding. And one thing that is that to me was very touching, is that we have like precedents of human presence there for 10,000 years. And the kind of soil they made by continually working, they call this black soil, something like that. It is one thing that didn't exist in Amazonia. Even the forest was so much cultivated that some people nowadays, they say that Amazonia is much more a garden than a forest. And so, to me, it's beautiful to imagine that, so 10,000 years of people living in there make the air more breathable than it used to be, make the soil more fertile than it used to be. So, and how can we consider that we have anything to learn with them, when we are talking about this? So if we are able to think that the breathable air and a fertile soil could be like inheritance or something that we are going to leave for the future generation, so I think this is an architectural inheritance as well. I think that we have to consider like this.
Hashim, can I add just something which I think is really important, because I think about design, I think it's the most important tool, and it's a way of thinking. Designing is a way of thinking, as you just said. I wouldn't really say when to stop designing, it's more when to stop producing constructions, probably, because I think you design since the very moment you are posed with a project, or with even you design the program, or you design the studio you're gonna give, or these people designed a way of understanding land. So design is, I think, our best, or I believe our best tool, obviously, and the way in which we deal and we speak with humanity as architects. So it's more how you use or where you use design and all the possibilities that design opens, more than just designing a building.
Can I be the trait d'union between Loretta and Angelo? I very much like what the two of you say. I mean, Angelo is doing something interesting. He takes the word and he cuts it apart. Okay, so it says logos, and then you put power on logos, and then techne on the other side. And then you say design. And what about turning the two terms around? Okay, logotechnia. Okay? Logotechnia as design, okay, as a form, I mean, it means literature, okay? So as a form of not only thinking about making, but making thinking, okay? Logotechnia would be making thinking. I think that's design.
I'm aware that we're getting close to the finish time, but I do want to turn to the audience to see if there are any questions. I think we have time for 2 questions. Mark Angelid is not in the audience, unfortunately, to ask the first question, so we have to find someone else to do that. There's a hand up. Please, microphone. It's coming to you. No?
Yeah, fantastic panel. Mitch from before. Yeah. So Loretta, I heard your comment about the Brooklyn Navy Yard, and I invite you to come and check it out, and I also invite you to check out the history of the Brooklyn Navy Yard, because it certainly was a dilapidated, ruinous junk space for about 30 or 40 years. So many of us have come and have done a great job trying to remediate the area and work in that area similar to yours, which is restore it and bring it back to a thriving, vibrant urban community. As many friends that have been a part of it, and I think you would find some similarity in the work. I just don't understand why you would have, I don't know how to put the term there, any anxiety about the kind of things that we're doing. Because there's room in the world, if we're all going to live together, for the stuff that you're accomplishing and the stuff that we're accomplishing. I think we're on the same side, but I might be wrong. So if you can expand on that comment, I'd seriously appreciate it.
No, I think you're right on that, and I meant detached because for me it's like another world, thinking about how you do that and all the energy that's applied into doing that, which I think is great, but obviously I don't directly relate to those kind of issues because I live in a very different context. So for me, it's just questioning, how would we in Mexico, in any given irregular settlement, be able to quickly apply a system like yours? That's like the question I immediately ask when I see your project. How would we do that in this massive context? And I think that's where really things can come up like very virtuously when we start putting together the different ambiances and the different technologies around the world and making one help the other or be feasible for the other. So I really appreciate your comment, and I think we should work a bit together, probably.
No, Mitch, we have to work together 100%. And I love your thoughts experiments and your attempts to do something. I think we agree on the logos, 100%. Okay, we will agree on the objective. I disagree with the techne, with the CO2 intensive technologies that you deployed. So let's try to do what you do with, let's say, clay, okay? As simple as possible. And I think it could work. So let's collaborate.
There are 2 more questions on this side. We'll take them both. And then one at a time.
Thank you. Naomi Davis, Chicago, Illinois. So the idea that we make these choices about do we love people? Okay, what are we working at the surface of? Are we measuring what we treasure? All of the topics that have come up today, very rich. And yet, I'd like to hear from you, each of you, you know, who gets to decide? You have the luxury of thought. You have the luxury of thinking about something. You have the luxury of saying, okay, I'm going to invest in, you know, in a greater quality of energy that comes into a structure. Or I'm going to design something quick, something that's accessible to others. I get to decide whether I'm going to have the best energy in a 100-story building, or I'm going to have the best structure that's going to benefit the most people on the planet. Do I love people? Do I love this technology? What am I in love with? What am I at the service of? And I want to know, you know, everybody, you know, COP says, all right, technology, oil, carbon, come, talk about what we should do. Well, what do you think they're going to say we should do? All right? So who gets to say so? And if we're not, somebody said it, preparing ourselves. I think it was, if we're not preparing ourselves, help is not on the way. So what are the value systems? Who gets to say so? What do you say?
Right, of course. Thank you for the question, Naomi. No, I think, I mean, ideally, of course, the idea is to do both, is to not do the best for the people and yet not the best for energy, or the best for energy and not the best for the people. The whole point is to maybe take the luxury indeed to think just a little bit longer to do it right, and to do it in a way that it can be scaled up, that it can be quick, in a way to make it absolutely local, so to make it adapted to where it's happening. And this is probably not universal. It's not, there is not one fits all. Even if we talk about the globalized world, this is not true. So for me, the biggest luxury is to maybe not be driven by only cost or only time or only carbon footprint, but by trying to make an informed decision with whatever resources we have available. And in this case, the knowledge is one of the resources, and to try to disseminate knowledge in the way that we can make these decisions in the most holistic way, so in an integrated way, to not have an opposition between the two cases that you were mentioning.
I just wanted to add that thank you for making it sound like a luxury. We think about it as a very heavy burden in terms of how we make those decisions. And sometimes we don't have help. Sometimes it does come out on us to actually say which way we want to go. And in very few cases do we abandon the task when the answers are not good enough. We are bound by economic cycles, but we are also bound by certain ethical responsibilities that we have to play out a little bit more strongly from here on. So thanks for bringing it up.
I want to direct my question a bit into how to connect this motto of the Biennale, how we will live together, with the 2 billion people that want to live on this planet the next 20 years, or in the course of the next 20 years. So I very much like the design from Lakatos Vassal, and I also very much like the Holcim Awards that we have seen yesterday, because it triggers a mindset, or brings in a mindset. However, I'm struggling to see how it's going to answer the question of, today we are 7.9 billion people on this planet. It's, as Matthias Wackernagel said, the future is very predictable, and I think most likely, or I'm afraid it's very predictable that in the next 20 years there will be 9.7 people on this planet. So whether we like it or not, or whether we have the technology or not, they want to live. They want to have a living on this planet, and they want to have kind of luxury, shelter, whatnot. And so I try to understand how we can respond to what's going to happen, whether we like it or not.
I don't know what to say about that question. I think it's the question we somehow all have to deal with, and not necessarily are addressing it directly, and it's not only a question to architects, I think it's a question to every human being on this planet. So what are we doing, or what will we do to be able to live together? It's the question also of the Biennale. And very much appreciated, because there is a rain of ideas, incredible ideas happening in the Arsenale and all around, and inspiring, very inspiring, I think not only for architects, but for everyone that can visit it, and to start at least posing the question to ourselves, which would be the first responsible thing to do.
I was very impressed by COP26. I was afraid before it would end up like Copenhagen, you know, just after the financial crisis. And policies were made, okay? Agreements were made. This is what we call the social contract. Now the question is, how can we translate that? Okay? And you know, engineers are required, architects are required. We will need the support of the politicians. You know, they have to really walk the talk. Okay? They cannot just sneak out. And if not, you know, there is the next COP. Okay? But time is running out. That's the amazing thing. We have to move very fast, and it cannot be incremental. Okay? I mean, this was a big discussion we had. Can it be incremental, or should it be radical? Okay? And I think that COP26, if you really read between the lines, you know, the issue of deforestation, they agreed on deforestation, that this shouldn't happen. This is a big one. They agreed on methane. This is fantastic. So let's see how we can implement it, and architects, engineers, and other associated disciplines will be needed to establish that shift from talk to really walk it.
If I can build on what Mark was saying, is that the climate crisis has mobilized us all together to realize that there is a shared aspect of our lives which is non-ideological that we have to address. It may still be in our thinking as a crisis, but I also want to highlight the fact that it has also mobilized the human imaginary as a collective universal imaginary to work together towards certain goals. Before COP26, there was the agreement between China and the US to address the question of emissions together. I mean, at the moment where the tensions were so high that we were worried about them going to war with each other, here they are using that crisis as a moment of collaboration, cooperation. I think that as a trajectory is a very important one. I do feel that the instrumentality of technology, sorry Mark, will be hugely important in finding options and solutions there. But I do feel that the question that was asked at the Biennale, how will we live together, should not produce one answer, because we as humans are able to experiment, and in that experimentation construct the true differences rather than inherited ideological or ethnic or racial differences that we have built. And therefore, our mission as architects, other than addressing the pressures that are coming to us by way of scientific scrutiny for performance and sustainability, and the democratic scrutiny of having to aspire to address common needs, I think we have an added dimension in our thinking, which is to always imagine other possibilities. What if things can be otherwise? And in that lies, I think, the benefit of the diversity that the answers that we got in the exhibition are. There is no single source. There should not be a single source from where the answer to how will we live together comes. Otherwise, we'll fall back into very deeply seated ideologies that will only fix the social contract with the spatial contract rather than allow the spatial contract to imagine other possibilities when we're trapped with certain forms of life that are not adequate to us anymore. I think there lies the instrumentality and power of architecture, more importantly, the architecture imagination. We end here. I don't like to have the last word. But thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. It's only to be continued. And thank you, amazing panelists, for this.